Good afternoon and welcome. That's not going to work. I mean, I like my own voice.
It was right in front of my face. That was like,
Once is enough, Francie, just once.
Once is enough.
You like the sound of your
2-second
voice?
lag really works for me.
You sound like a valley girl.
Andrew, I take it back.
Yes, I was looking. I was honestly.
Because my computers refusing to operate at all today.
so I'm using this. My computer didn't go on. So
Yeah,
this is working. It's great.
Sunspots or something.
Big magic.
I got the press calling me, guys.
The email that I got.
Oh, thank you.
Most recent work.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Summer is so hectic, but it's fun.
Have you been getting away?
Yeah, I went down to the cabin to visit Patrick this weekend.
Nice.
And we were in Nova Scotia most of August, so that was really nice.
So we need a puck here and here. Where's the second puck?
I just put
There's
my
a puck
two
over
pucks
there.
up towards the front. Okay. 'Cause we got
There's
a
one
big-
by
Guys, pretend that we are live, please. So if you have a sidebar conversation.
Maybe she's the boss. No sidebar.
Francie, can you get your mic closer to you, please, and do your.
This one? I thought we were going to use those. This one?
Yes, we're gonna try the tabletop, that.
Okay.
Both. Don't be confused. We need the pop and your microphone on.
And no side conversations.
Oh, my God.
All right. We're starting. Welcome back to Tuesday, September 5th. This is the Pickens County Board of Commissioners, our work session meeting. Not just once that time.
As soon as they can hear us, you can hear them in the room that we've got feedback.
Can't we, so did you do that allow to talk from the pub?
Gonna be over before it starts.
You might.
Do I have anyone who can confirm whether they can hear me?
Gary?
So that it's.
Hey
Gary?
Steve, are you able to hear us
I
right now?
approve. I approve.
This person can't talk.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can press star 6 to unmute. You are unmuted.
Hey Steve, are you able to hear us in the room here?
Hey, that's what happens.
He was. It looks like we are talking to.
So Gary, that should just cause feedback then.
Right.
But it'll be really low, so you guys need to project today.
What are the legal ramifications of starting? Anybody know?
I don't
Where's
think
our
this
attorney?
Starting is, we just want everybody on Zoom to be able to hear what you guys are saying, because otherwise they're not really part of the discussion.
Okay.
But we need somebody, hey Rich, are you able to hear us?
We can hear.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
We'll try that again. Hopefully we don't
Try
have
to get it, Francie.
Muted audio is feedback.
Go ahead, Francie.
Okay. Welcome to the Tuesday work session for the Pickens County Commissioners on September 5th. We are going to begin with our joint meeting with Open Space and Trails, and I think we're starting with the Colorado River Basin Outstanding Waters Coalition, which is awesome. Are we starting with that? You're keyed up for that. Okay, we're not starting with that. Just a few things goofy today. We're starting with the State Historic Fund Grant approval for Glacier Farmstead House and Outbuildings.
Thank you. Jessie Young with Open Space and Trails, and today I have Susanna Reed with me, who's the Historic Preservation Officer for the county and has been working with us throughout on the Glacier House project, and Paul, who's our conservation easement.
Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager.
So all of us are going to tag team this presentation, but basically we're coming to you today following as a part of the action item for the 2020 management plan for the Glacier Farmstead and agricultural parcels. And so we approved that management plan back in December of 2020 and have been working on kind of a multi-step process to get the farmstead area and the structures that have historic value designated on the National Historic Register. And I'm very happy to say that today I actually received the official thing from the email from the State Historic Preservation Office saying that that's all right. Saying that we have received the official designation. So the Glacier House and some of the outbuildings, including one of the bigger farm and some of the smaller home or structures, kind of a old bunkhouse cabin and what we call a blacksmith shed, have all been added to the historic register, which is great in its own right, but it's even better that it opens us up to qualify for state historic grant funding, which is what we're now pursuing. And the deadline for that is fast approaching and October 1st. So we've kind of along the way have come up with some various options for what we're calling the rehabilitation of the historic buildings. so that they can be usable for housing. And I think it's worded in the land or in the management plan for land stewards. So that would include anybody that works for open space and trails or an aligned agency or somebody that would be leasing the property. So the ultimate goal is to have at least the Glacier House and potentially additional square footage on the property dedicated to viable housing. And what am I missing? I guess I'll let Susanna kind of give some details. She has a lot more experience on the historic preservation world, and can kind of explain how the grant process works and what we're looking for from you all today. But basically, we'll be coming back to the board. We need the property owner's sign off to pursue the grant funding before we actually submit the application or as part of the application package. And so we'll be coming back to you with an informal resolution at your next meeting, depending on kind of the feedback we get today, if you guys are supportive of that. And yeah, do you want to take it away with what the scope of
Sure.
work is looking like?
So for this application, we're looking at basically just restoring the shell of the building. So all the exterior masonry, the windows, the roof, fixing the woodwork, kind of doing a shell project. It doesn't close the door for any of the other scenarios that we've been talking about over time with the house. The total available from the state is about $250,000. Based on kind of previous estimates of work at the house plus a substantial contingency. I added up the numbers and it comes in at about, I think 430 is what I came to for this particular scope of work. One of the areas that's kind of the biggest question is the two additions to the house. Because those are included in the National Register designation, we may have some issues with the state on the competitiveness of our grant application if we're removing those additions because they're in the period of significance.
It includes the 1950s ugly
Yep.
thing.
So what?
70s.
So the strategy is for us to put together the language and the justification for why we want to take those off, and have that reviewed by the state in advance. And if the state reviewers feel that we've made a good case, then we'll go forward with that scope.
If I may, how about just going along with them, leaving it on there,
Well,
making it look
that's-
good and have more housing?
That's the alternative. I think part of the problem is the two pieces are pretty
Bad.
poor, yeah.
Structurally unsound.
Structurally unsound, and they don't really contribute to the functionality of the house. The
Square footage doesn't contribute to this.
The square footage does, but it would require kind of a full gut of the interior of those and replumbing and, you know.
okay.
I think we could do better for the functionality of the house
I'll shut
using
up
that
about
square
that, okay.
footage. But that may be where we get to.
Okay.
And I think we can successfully do the shell grant scope, even if we aren't removing those right now.
Great.
What is the square footage of the original structure?
Oh, that's a good question. I probably don't have that number.
I can find it for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Less than 15,000.
No, it's
Steve
not.
has it. Francis? Steve has his hand up.
Steve? Thanks, Greg.
I can tell you
He's working on it, I can tell.
those numbers if
You're calling on me? I
Yes,
could
I-
barely hear.
Yes, I'm calling you.
I believe it was probably Peter Fred Glacier who built built the additions on the house. The original Homestead family built the additions on the house. To me, the additions are historic, and before taking them off, I think we really ought to consider careful, because to me it's the same family built the original house and built the additions. So even though they're poor, maybe we put more money into fixing them.
I think we got the gist.
Gist of it.
Yeah, I mean, they were done at different times, after talking to the Glaciers. They were done at different times. One was done to get Grandma Glacier downstairs, and so she didn't have to go upstairs anymore. And the problem with them is, if you looked at the house, one of them just doesn't have a foundation at all, and it's just built poorly. And the second one actually blocks a piece of the historic house, because the windows are there, but they're inside now. And so, I think in the end, the state will make a determination, and we'll go one way or the other. And I think in the end, I'm not too concerned about, like which ones we're gonna pull out, but let's try to get at least this money today to start the overall restoration of this really cool structure that is on this property.
And I don't
Would you
have
like
the
to-
exact, sorry, Francie, square footage of the
I have it here.
original, oh, you do. She's good at math.
Yeah, so the total additions, the two additions total 573 square feet. The existing is 1,700 square feet, essentially. The
Altogether.
historic core of the house.
Altogether, I'm sorry.
No.
Altogether, it's
Those historic,
1,700, you said?
the historic core of the house is 1,700 plus the 573 of the additions.
Okay.
So for a 2,200 square foot house currently.
Right.
Yep. Okay, do you want to continue your presentation before we have more comments?
No, I think unless you have other questions, I think that's the overview of what we're looking for.
Okay.
Do we have a picture of the other, is that the other addition right there on the backside?
This is
Yeah.
the backside addition, and this is
The
the
other one's on the side of the house.
Yeah.
I do have a question on the budget. So in Division 1, it looks like we have $10,000 set aside for temp services, which I assume is labor, and $3,000 for supervisor labor, and then $10,000 again for labor. I'm confused by that.
I was taking numbers from 2021 when we did this, or 20. And so
21.
I was putting as many dollars in there as I could possibly put in there, just until we get some legitimate bids, which we're working on now.
We're trying to make
Okay.
this, it's really hard in this environment.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
To figure out the cost and stuff, so laboring each piece is a critical component of it, because that's what the State Historic Fund will reimburse you for. They're not gonna magically go on some magical contingency number that we pull out of our hat.
Well, it's just a little, I would imagine they'd wonder about that too, having labor on
So
there.
we're
3 times.
working right now with getting actual
Real bid, okay.
actual updated bid numbers.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
And then
those-
my other question has to do with Eagle County. It says they're interested in participating in this and contributing, but there isn't any number attached to that right now. So is our 180,000 a hard number, or is it contingent on Eagle County, or?
I had a meeting with some of the Eagle County staff a couple weeks ago, and they've said they've been carrying over $200,000 to put towards this project, though we would have to still meet our match requirement, which is 25% of the grant. So
Which is a lot less than 180,000.
yes. So whichever way we can do it, we're going to leverage as much of that money as we can. But right now we have their partnership, and we'll use as much of that, hopefully all of it, over the next few years.
Well, and also, Francie, that this is just for the shell. They put 200,000 aside to help
For the
us
whole
get
project.
the building up and going. So when we go back to the Eagle County Commissioners with this, I don't know if we want to use all 200 just on the shell.
I got you.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, well, I guess it seems steep to me when you see the work that has to be done, like there's some plaster missing and a couple of things here. Doesn't look like $500,000 to me, but I know it's a crazy market, but, and I understand you're trying to make it so that we get the full amount of the grant. It'll be interesting to see how the real bid comes in, or a bid, maybe it's not real. They're not very real these days.
If you get a bid.
Yeah.
Right. So a couple of things. We have 2 contractors that we're talking to, and hopefully they'll be able to provide us with some more real numbers. For today's meeting, I just want to be sure that I was covering kind of everything I could think of and giving a really healthy bump to the numbers that we got 3 years ago. As you can see, we're at the way these numbers are laying out, we would be providing the 41%, or almost 42% of the matching funds. So as that budget goes down, then the matching funds number goes down. The threshold,
percent?
yes, the threshold is 25%.
Yeah, I saw that.
So basically, the 250 is the fixed number, and then as the budget changes, we can adjust our matching funds.
Okay.
Yes.
So part of the charm of this house is it's enveloped in trees. Are we going to be able to protect those in the construction?
I think that there are probably some issues with the vines that are growing
Yeah, I
on
can
the
see
front.
the vines are going to have to go, yeah.
And some prudent trimming might be worthwhile, but I think for the most part, we ought to be able to preserve those trees.
And we have worked on we have been working with Aspen Tree Service on those trees for a long time to try to trim them up, limb them up, and protect the house at the same time as protecting the trees. So our goal is to keep all of those trees.
Okay, thank you.
I think this is a really extraordinary historic preservation opportunity because it goes beyond the architectural. It's kind of a beautiful old house, but also it's surrounded by agricultural potential, gardens, and which serve the original purpose of the house. And then beyond that, because it's in our open space program, we have the potential to put a farmer in the bed.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I think when you look at this as really a complete historic preservation project, it's just big in scope, and I think it's a couple of minor questions. In the takeoff, it says repair and repoint foundation stone, and there's no specific number attached to that. It's lumped in. Is the foundation of this building solid and you know, with this fairly minor repointing? Is it well founded?
I think the foundation is in decent condition. There are a few holes, you know, where animals have moved things. But when I had the mason look at it 3 years ago, that the foundation work was also included in his bid at that time. So they determined that the amount of work that was required was in that scope that you have that number for.
Then another question is, the coloring, the colors of the house are a little bit unusual. I like them. Did you find any historic record of what the original colors were, and what's the thinking on color, or hasn't that been addressed?
We have not talked about color. I suspect that the original house was the natural brick for the most part. I think that what happens typically is that people start doing repairs on the brick or patching things, and they can't fix it adequately, so they paint over it. So there probably will be some things discovered, you know, kind of as we get into the project with repairing the brick. When we first started looking at this several years ago, the mason determined that we probably couldn't successfully remove the paint. So going forward, it will be something painted.
And then
color?
I think
What did you ask, Patty?
The trim color, is that original color, or
we have,
we don't know?
the only photos we have right now are black and whites.
There's bricks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And I-
it doesn't look painted in these original
Yeah.
yeah, it looks,
Looks like
My-
unpainted wood and unpainted bricks.
my final comment, or question,
Lots of
is
children.
given that someone will be living in this house, is there any potential to get any housing money involved here?
what housing money?
Well, this is
That's
actually.
up to
Housing
you.
money that we put aside.
I don't know. you know, the intention, not in this stage, but in the future stages, is to have this be housing for locals.
This is in Eagle County, and I've talked to I actually had some of the commissioners out there at one time, and their open space board had looked at this, and some of their commissioners that are potentially going to come off, like Kathy Chandler Henry, were really excited, and that's why they have put in some significant amount of money into this. And so, but their housing funds are we could ask, but then it comes with strings. We don't necessarily just magically then get to choose who we want to put in to the house. I mean, it's got to be, you know, it's got to be an equitable amount for the amount of money they put in there. So, it's a discussion to have. They're right now much more interested in putting housing dollars into building lots of housing, not just one. So, I don't know where that discussion will go, but there's a potential, because there's a potential for addition here. And we're just talking
There's a
about the shell
potential
for now.
for addition?
There's a potential for additional square footage. We kept that in the purchase agreement, and that additional square footage could be the time where we put some money, because then we could take some restrictions, where in the house, I think we want to maintain control of who goes in there, but that doesn't have to be decided today.
Kelly?
I just would comment that the Eagle County's housing requirements, qualification requirements, are much easier to meet than Pitkin County's. So if we were worried about like where the farm produce is getting sold or anything like that, that partnership might alleviate some of that complication.
Definitely something to talk about in the future.
Yeah, well, just the goal today is this is the start of the journey for this homestead. And today we're just seeing that if you guys give us the thumbs up to go for this grant, it puts us on a path forward to start the rehabilitation of this entire homestead. We're not looking at just the house, we're looking at the homestead. And we want people living here, because the farmers, open space staff, land steward, I mean, it makes such a difference to have people living on these landscapes that we are protecting. So,
I would like to see photographs of the other buildings on the homestead. Do we have those?
Yeah.
They're not in our packet.
they're not in your packet. We can.
I have a couple that, I can share, and they might be on our website.
If you ever want to take a tour, we're happy to give you one, because the blacksmith, the original homestead house.
I'd love to.
Yeah, it is really pretty out there, and we're out there a lot, so we're happy to. It's really cool to walk
There
through
should
that
be a
area and
page
see.
that has everything
you
on
Want to do
know,
that, Patty?
Is the big barn gonna stay up despite the fact that it's kind of leaning badly? Is it gonna survive?
Oh, there we go.
I want to know if the lady who grows the cut flowers, is she still growing flowers out there?
Yes.
Yeah. There's a
She
little
is.
garden and she grows cut flowers on the,
Mm-hmm.
on the,
We're hoping to include the barn, the large barn,
Big one, yeah.
all of the structures that you can see on the screen here in future asks for state historic money.
Okay.
is that brick building though, was there a blacksmith there or somebody, or was that tool shed, or?
We think it was a chicken.
Yeah,
shed.
it was an animal
another
shelter.
Oh, another chicken coop.
And when you can see the roosts, but
And actually, I'm hoping that the masonry scope of work for the house will include repairing that while the mason is on site. So right now, that's included in this scope as well.
It's pretty funky out there.
So the good thing is we have a really good partnership with Eagle County on this, because this is all in Eagle County. And so, I feel like, you've seen it in other places in Colorado where they bring homesteads back to life. It would be great to bring this homestead back to life. It's gonna cost a lot of money, so that's why we're trying to do it in stages. And over time, and with as much historic funding as we can. What we learned when we did the Amma Town site was, you do one, money opens up for the other one. And because when we got the first one to do the big buildings, all of a sudden there was the powder house behind it, And we got it the next year to do that one too. So I'm hoping, like, as we can move forward with these, we do it the same way, where we can start to get these things restored, pick the biggest priority, which is the house, and kind of move to the other pieces. So
I wonder if there's any Inflation Reduction Act money for some kind of agricultural housing thing. We could look at that. We have a new grant person coming in, so,
I'll ask the grant people. I can ask them.
yeah.
I just ask them. It's like, where else can I go for historic funding?
Yeah.
Northwest Cog has a grant consultant too now, so.
Yeah.
We have lots of them out there.
Okay, so do we want them to continue with this project?
Thumbs up.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
great, it's great.
Yes.
It's really
Right.
cool out
I
there.
think we're on the
I'm sure Steve is a
13th
yes, but
agenda to come
can't
back
see.
to you guys with our.
Are you already on the agenda? Because the 13th agenda we have 5 land use issues on that day.
I know, we're
I
hoping
believe
that
we're on it.
yeah.
I think
we're on it, but hopefully you just, we gave you the full presentation, we won't have to do it again.
It's a one read, right?
For the informal, and then if we get the grant, then
Comes
we
back
come
to
back to you because we'll need you
so we
to
can
approve it.
accept the grant?
Yeah.
That's an interesting agenda that day.
What's the grant deadline? When we have?
It's I have it 3 different dates in here. I think it's October 2nd or 1st.
Well,
Or third.
I think it's the 3rd because somehow the 2nd
The first
is
is
a
a
holiday.
Sunday.
But
October 2nd is a
typically it's the
holiday?
first business day of October, so whatever that is.
Greenies.
Mother Cabrini?
Mother
What
Cabrini.
holiday is October
Mother
2nd?
I don't know.
Cabrini.
On the
Is it Mother
website,
Cabrini?
they say
Mother
October
Cabrini?
3rd, but yeah.
It used to be Columbus Day, was it Columbus?
No, that was
Day?
like the
That's
12th.
later.
Right.
So
Thank you.
So thank you. I got one more for you. But this one is just a presentation, and Chad and Liza. It's
And
another good one.
Okay, yeah, let's
Thank you
move on
all.
first.
Thank you, thanks. Good to see you,
Thanks, Susanna.
good to see you guys.
Thanks, Paul.
Uh-huh.
Here she comes.
Lots of fruit trees out there too, aren't there, Gary?
Okay, so this
All
next
right, go
item
pick
is
'em.
the Colorado River Basin Outstanding Waters Coalition, Outstanding Waters, and Liza Mitchell is going to talk to us about that.
I'm going to introduce the speaker, while this is Chad Rudo from Roaring Fork Conservancy, here to talk to you maybe while we get this set up. He's going to join the Zoom as a panelist. So while they do the technical work, we received in February a letter from Roaring Fork Conservancy as they started outreach. Roaring Fork Conservancy is working with a group on this Outstanding Waters project, which Chad will tell you more about. And there was some request from board members as well as Chad to sort of connect the dots, let you guys learn a little bit more about this program. It's really just an educational presentation right now, and no action is required. If either or both boards would like to write a letter of support, they can do that and submit it directly to the state. So there's nothing needed for Chad or Open Space and Trails staff at this point. So that's the background, just educational, and Chad can tell you a little bit more about how to submit a letter of support to the Colorado Department of which department?
The Water Quality Control Division.
Water Quality Control Division.
And lots of
Yes. Prior to this meeting, Chad has presented to the Healthy Rivers Board, similarly, just an educational presentation. And they were in support of it, and I think agreed on the spot to write a letter of support. I don't know whether they have submitted it or not to my knowledge, but that's the sort of always other question that comes up about river and watershed things in Pitkin County. So that's already been done. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chad.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to present to both groups today. This works out really well, so thank you for this chance. And got a few short slides I want to run through quickly. I'll kind of breeze through that pretty fast because I want to give you the opportunity to ask some questions. I'm sure there'll be a few questions along the line. So, Colorado's Outstanding Waters. I'm here not just on behalf of Roaring Fork Conservancy, but on behalf of a much larger coalition. You can see there's a lot of members, very diverse group here. Really, this is being spearheaded by American Rivers with lots of support from the Pew Charitable Trusts. And then we have lots of different entities all working together on this. So up in the north part of Colorado, Friends of the Yampa is conducting a lot of the water quality monitoring. Eagle River Watershed Council in their watershed, of course, Roaring Fork Conservancy here in our watershed. We're also getting some help from Trout Unlimited. So a lot of different groups involved, and then a lot of groups helping in other ways, whether it's outreach or in other ways, things like our local wilderness workshop and Audubon of the Rockies. So this is really a very large collaborative effort, all working together towards this one goal here. So what is an outstanding water? It's a designation awarded to water bodies, so in our case, stream reaches, that is about high water quality, as well as some sort of exceptional recreational, ecological, or conservation significance. So it not only has to meet water quality standards, but prove some other high level of significance. This is deemed by the state of Colorado, so the state has the ultimate say in this. If a stream is to receive outstanding waters designation, this does a number of things. It gives special water quality protections within that stream reach, and it also applies to anything upstream of that. It must be maintained at the existing water quality level. So basically, the water sampling that we're doing sets the standard for that stream moving forward. It applies to activities that are primarily regulated or permitted by the Water Quality Control Division. So that's kind of the main tool that they have as the way to uphold and enforce these water quality standards. And then overall, this designation is designed to preserve this high quality in perpetuity, so reaching forward for future generations. How is this designated? So as we mentioned, the Water Quality Control Commission is the ultimate, has the say in deciding what streams receive this designation. This is done through the triennial review, which is a process where the state works its way around the major basins. Every 3 years, they're working their way around and conducting new rulemaking on the basins as they rotate around. Any person or organization is allowed to propose or nominate a stream for outstanding waters, and this process is pretty involved. So we've been at this for a couple of years now. We're on year 2 of collecting water quality data. We're collecting about 7 rounds of water quality data. Then there's a substantial amount of data analysis, evaluation. We have to conduct a very large amount of public outreach as we work our way through this process, part of why I'm here today. And then we attend 3 meetings through the state of Colorado, with the last one coming up the next one is coming up in October. The final hearing is June of 2024, so next year, and that will be when the ultimate vote is placed on whether these streams receive this designation. So what does a stream have to do to qualify for outstanding waters designation? They have to meet 3 major criteria. The first one is water quality. So we have to conduct monitoring and meet all the standards that you see on the screen here. So pH, E. coli, dissolved oxygen, ammonia, and nitrate are what we classify as nutrients. And then the rest of them there are a suite of what we call our metals. So we have to collect water samples for all these constituents, and they have to come in below certain levels that the state has already designated to meet this. So step 1 is you have to meet water quality criteria. We've been out, as I said, conducting sampling in all the seasons, trying to really capture this data and show that the water quality is high, whether it's spring runoff, whether it's low flow in the wintertime or base flow in the fall. We've been out to all these different sites with a variety of interesting ways to access them in the wintertime, and collected all this data over the course of a while. We still have a number of more samples to go, so a few more coming up down the line. So then that's the first step. They have to meet water quality criteria. Next step is they have to also constitute some sort of an outstanding natural resource. So some exceptional value. And there's a wide variety of ways you can go about this, but things like gold medal trout fisheries, native cutthroat trout populations, very high scores for macroinvertebrates. Those are the insects that live in the stream. River-dependent recreation or conservation areas, or contributing to downstream resiliency. And as you can imagine, thinking about the streams that we are lucky enough to have in our watershed, they check the boxes for a lot of these qualities. that we have here. Then the third thing they have to do is we need to show that they require some extra protection on top of that, which is normally allotted by the state of Colorado. So something like native trout really need to have high quality maintained because they are so sensitive to pollution. So, you know, things like that, or wilderness areas have to maintain that very high quality to keep those qualities that we expect in a wilderness area. So those are kind of the three categories that we have to demonstrate as we're working our way towards this designation. A few commonly asked questions, things that I anticipate might come up as we discuss this. But first of all, does outstanding waters affect water rights? And as some of you may or may not know, the state of Colorado sets up water quality and water quantity very differently. So water rights are kept very separate from water quality. So in this way, a water quality designation should not affect water rights, which pertains more to the amount of water rather than the quality of the water. The next one is, are there pre-existing activities allowed or affected with an outstanding waters designation? And really the designation only affects changes, new sources or uses of the stream, or changes in uses of the stream, and it's also activities that are permitted or regulated by the state of Colorado. So what this basically means is a group that has grazing rights within a certain stream is allowed to continue their grazing operations as they have in the past under an outstanding waters designation. The only way it would come into effect is if there was to be a major change in the permit for the grazing. So they wanted to drastically increase the amount or something like that. Otherwise, a lot of these activities that are already going on in these streams are allowed and sort of grandfathered in, if you will. Can outstanding waters go through private land? And the answer is yes, as long as we still meet all those criteria that we talked about earlier. And the CDPHE asks that we conduct significant outreach to any private landowners that are affected or potentially affected by this, which is something we have done. Many of the reaches, and we'll look at them in a minute here, many of the reaches that we are focusing on are mostly on public land. There's a few little stretches in private land, and we're already working on conducting outreach to those few entities. Last thing, how are downstream users affected by outstanding waters? And they really are not impacted other than they receive that wonderful high quality water coming down towards them from upstream. So in the Roaring Fork River Basin, the areas that we are focused on are three streams, Hunter Creek and Woody Creek up here in the upper end of our watershed, and South and Middle Thompson Creek and Avalanche Creek kind of more on the western side of our watershed. So those are the areas that we, after a lot of work and decision and trying to really narrow down what streams we thought would be great candidates, these are the ones that we landed on. We had to really find areas that were in a lot of public land and find areas that we felt pretty confident going into this were going to be streams with high quality. So let's take a look on the map. If you look at the areas in red, those are the reaches of Woody and Hunter Creek that we are proposing as they be designated as outstanding waters. You'll notice upstream of Hunter Creek, upstream of the red, you see all that purple there? That is in the wilderness area, the Hunter Frying Pan Wilderness Area, and that reach of Hunter Creek already has been designated outstanding waters. We're very lucky to live in the watershed that we do. Many of our streams and rivers that are in wilderness area already carry this outstanding waters designation. So what we're hoping to do is extend that on down from the wilderness boundary through the national forest land. So Hunter Creek is that red section that continues downstream from the purple, which is already outstanding waters. Woody Creek was kind of unique. It did not have any outstanding waters designation yet. So we're very excited to make that one of our proposals because it's such a great creek up there, very natural, and we want to make sure that one gets added to the list. Then as we move to the other two, Avalanche Creek is very similar. We're looking to propose that the red section of Avalanche Creek becomes designated outstanding waters. And by the way, this includes tributaries. So anything upstream that's a tributary, which is another great thing that we loop in a few more creeks this way. The purple part of Avalanche Creek is already outstanding waters because it's in the Maroon Bells Snowmass Wilderness area. And then Middle Thompson Creek is kind of unique. A number of years ago, way back when Thompson Divide was a very big issue in our area, we were brought on board to conduct some water quality monitoring up in that area. And it turned out that the data we collected actually was able to help designate some of Middle Thompson Creek as outstanding waters. So the purple there that you see on Middle Thompson Creek is already outstanding waters. We're looking to get the red part of Middle Thompson Creek and South Thompson Creek onto the list as well. So those are kind of the four reaches that we're really focused on this round, and I'm really hopeful that we have a good shot at getting those on the list for outstanding waters. So one other thing that I'll just mention as we kind of wrap up is this is a really great opportunity for us, for the larger collaborative, to really have a long-term impact on these streams. We don't know what's coming down the line in our streams. We don't know, we have some ideas of what things like climate change are going to do to us, but this is a great way to protect these streams moving forward and thinking out in the long run to potential sources or uses that we can't even imagine right now. This has been a fun project for me because so many times in my job, I'm going out and collecting water samples on streams we're concerned about and they have some problem. And this has been fun because it's a chance to actually do the opposite and focus on some high quality streams and really hopefully have the chance to add some extra layers of protection onto those streams. So with that kind of wraps up what I wanted to fill you in on, and I'm happy to take some questions. And as Liza mentioned, if there is interest in supporting this effort, we're not asking for support, but we certainly would be happy to help guide you through the process if you'd like to support this.
Steve, do you have a question?
No, I don't have a question.
Oh, your hand's up, but now it's down, so.
Francie?
No, it's not.
Then Patty.
So long-term monitoring, who monitors it and who pays to monitor it?
That's a good question. So as part of the outstanding waters designation, it doesn't actually require ongoing monitoring. However, the state, that now becomes the state's list of outstanding waters. So some of the onus, I believe, is probably put upon them to continue to look into this, but it's kind of a shared thing, so we will probably look into ways to continue to monitor that. It's not something that has to be done urgently right away. It's something that can be kind of organized and done in sort of a long-term way. So maybe you go back every few years to look and make sure, because we want to make sure that that quality that we've just established stays that way, and we need to alert the state if something changes that way.
I just want to make sure that our environmental health department isn't tasked with a new responsibility and we need to find a way to fund it.
But when you say we, do you mean the Conservancy?
Conservancy and partners, sure.
So my second question is, so Healthy Rivers and Streams already wrote a letter of support and we didn't know anything about it, and what happens if we don't support it and they've already submitted a letter of support?
Okay, so good question. They have voted to submit a letter of support. They have not submitted that letter yet. The right timing for submitting that letter of support will be early next year. So they're kind of on hold waiting for the right time to submit a letter.
I think it might be wise for us to collaborate with Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, and maybe with Open Space and Trails and the three of us, three boards, do a joint letter. So we're all saying the same thing at the same time.
Or separate letters? I'm not sure which would be more effective.
We have a policy where the letters come from the board.
Yeah, because I'm not always comfortable if they're submitting a letter without running it by us, and it's our names on it somewhere, it tracks back to us. So let's just clarify that and moving forward. But as long as this doesn't interfere with any of our other river projects we're looking at right now, I think this is probably a wise idea, especially since it's a continuance of some of the rivers that have already, the streams that have already been designated.
Exactly. Yeah, and I'll pop up on the screen here. There's a great template here. That this whole process went on a few years ago in southern Colorado, and some of the same entities like American Rivers spearheaded an effort down there. And here's an example of a letter of support from San Juan County. So this is public record. I'm happy to provide this or any other templates that might be useful to you all.
Yeah, that'd be great.
If you're
We did
interested.
it in Gunnison last year, the Gunnison River Basin as well.
Greg.
It won't interfere with the health, with the.
Greg.
Yeah,
and
thanks.
Greg.
I certainly support this. I've just been hearing a lot, well, two things. One, I noticed that temperature monitoring is on the list, but I don't see it included in the criteria, which I thought was interesting because do you think that would be an indicator? And then also we're seeing a lot of news about the forever chemicals, the PFAS, that are basically showing up everywhere. And they've changed the criteria for monitoring those down, I think, from 70 parts per trillion down to 4 parts per trillion. Wow. So naturally they're showing up everywhere. They're in the fish, they're in us. They're, yeah. And I'm just wondering, is that part of the criteria for monitoring a healthy stream, and should we be tracking that, and should it be part of this?
So, to your question, the state sets up the criteria, and it really truly is limited to the few constituents that you see on your stream here. Those are the ones that the state has required be analyzed for proposal for designation for outstanding waters. And I share your interest in that temperature is not on that list, although it is something that we are monitoring every time we are out there. And as for those forever chemicals that you mentioned, yeah, that we're only finding out more and more how much they are around us. I can tell you many of these streams are very high in the watershed, so very close to the source. So like, for example, a lot of these other constituents that we're looking at are coming in at extremely low levels. In fact, many times they're hitting up against the detection limits that the lab can even detect at. So we don't really know for sure about PFAS and some of those other chemicals, but we do know if you use these as sort of a proxy for things, they're showing very high quality so far right now.
Right. I think what we're seeing is the PFAS are in the snowflakes, and they're coming at the highest parts of the watershed, and measuring them is apparently much more difficult, but they are ubiquitous.
Yeah, similar things are happening with like microplastics. They're showing up very high in lakes, high alpine lakes and things, and yeah, they're somewhat airborne, it seems like.
Thanks.
Graham.
Are you getting any pushback from water users, ranchers, municipal water people? What kind of, you got, with water, you're going to get pushback. Why don't you tell us about what that is?
That is an excellent question, and it's become, the outreach component of it is much more involved than I anticipated going into it. We kind of organized so many different groups. We're reaching out to government agencies, we're reaching out to landowners or other users of that area, we're reaching out to other nonprofit organizations, and for the most part, we have gotten very few concerns. We've written letters and conducted phone calls to almost every private landowner, at least in our part of this project, and have gotten actually very little response either way. So there hasn't been a concern, but there hasn't been outright support. We do have some groups that have expressed general support. They may not necessarily write a letter of support, but have expressed some general support. We had a few questions more in the Eagle River watershed from the Forest Service, just wanting to clarify a few things like grazing and how that might be affected. But for the most part, I would say we are either receiving some general support for the project or kind of a non-response, which is okay as well. We need to really conduct this outreach. We need to let people know what's going on, and it's up to them whether they choose to respond or not. So I'm happy to report that of all the people that I've been talking to, in general, we're getting a lot of support for the project.
Kelly?
Are you done?
I guess I'm thinking, as our board, whether we want to write a letter or not. Do we want to wait to hear more about that outreach? What are we thinking?
I mean, I think Patty had a good point of, you know, we're in essence under the purview of the county commissioners, so however, I'd say you want us to go through you in terms of a letter of support or be with you or have our own.
I think we could bring it back, as maybe
obviously-
Chad needs to start thinking about it, we could bring back to the Open Space Board and kind of see if you want to sign on to the letter of the VOC, if they're still willing to sign on. So you could, I mean, I think it's sometimes great that the county commissioners are the overall one, but they have support from their Healthy Rivers and Streams Board and their Open Space Board. You just write one big letter supported by all county departments, yeah. So I
Any
could
other
bring it back.
questions?
I had some.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Kelly?
I just wondered, so on Greg's point, some of those criteria are will be a function of temperature. Is it sensitive enough where it would capture changes like pH and dissolved oxygen?
Right, yeah, those are, as you point out, those are definitely a function of temperature. And when we are conducting our water quality monitoring, we actually use a field probe that goes out and measures many different things all at the same time. And temperature is immediately, its influence is immediately picked up based on the results that we're getting. So it's kind of built into the system, if you will, as how that's affecting it.
But are the criteria that the state sets sensitive enough where, a low flow temperature period would push it over what the acceptable levels?
Got it. Yeah. So many of these criteria are looked at. I don't know the exact formula, but many of these, the way the state looks at them is sort of it looks at the median of all the data that you're collecting. So in many cases, if you have one data point that seems like abnormally high or outside of the norm, when you factor in all the data that we're collecting over time, one or two data points that are high are usually, once you find the median, they're usually not a huge influence on it.
Yeah.
Given the idea, I guess, given the idea that all the other data points are coming in at high quality water.
Yeah, I mean, I find it frustrating that flows are held very separately from quality, whatever, separate sidebar.
The size of the flow, you mean?
Yeah. How does the program deal with an event like fire along one of these streams? Because that would change the quality of the water.
It definitely could. And this is, as we mentioned, a state designation of outstanding waters has the most impact on permitted or regulated entities. So entities that have some sort of permit or regulation. So that's kind of the main tool they have to affect this outstanding waters or to regulate it, I guess, if you will. Natural things that come up are obviously beyond our control and may impact the water quality of the area. But then I think the idea is over time they will in some way revert back to their more natural state. I don't know the answer to the question of could a fire actually delist a stream. As far as I know, I don't know that there's been that situation has actually occurred to my knowledge anyway.
Okay, thank you. I'm supportive. Thank you.
Steve? Can't hear you.
In the case of Hunter Creek, where
Oh, now we can,
you can see,
sort of.
okay, in the case of Hunter Creek, where most of the water is actually diverted into the Arkansas River, it seems to me that doesn't sound like an outstanding river. It sounds like a degraded river. Does that Trans Mountain diversion scenario, does that play into the designation of Hunter Creek for this designation?
So that's a good question, and it does play in a couple of ways. If I put on my watershed scientist hat, I can tell you that flows, water quantity, definitely has an impact on water quality. But from the state's point of view, as we mentioned, they keep them separate. But the one thing I can tell you is when we were out there collecting our water samples, conducting our monitoring, that is at the given conditions at the time. So the diversions were already pulling water out of the creek. And as you mentioned, in some cases and at certain times of the year, it's a significant amount of water that's removed from the creek. But our water sampling still shows those high levels of water quality at those flows. So we're kind of taking into account whatever existing uses are going on at that time. The same goes to something like grazing. The samples that we're taking are as grazing is going on in certain reaches at certain times, and we're still seeing the water quality levels with those included uses as they are going on. So those samples that we took are showing high quality, even though there is, as we know, there's a fair bit of water being removed from Hunter Creek. So that's how it kind of plays into it and is incorporated. So this is truly a water quality designation. It's just focused on the quality of the water, not on the quantity.
Anything else, Steve? Okay. Yeah, I'm in support.
Francie, just one last question. You know, along that line, so if a dramatically diverted stream is still designated as a, you know, however you designate it, I've lost the name of it. Outstanding water. Does that just give a rationalization to water diverters that it's really okay what they're doing? I'm just wondering, like, what's the point? You know, what are we measuring and what's the point of this?
It's a great question.
It is a good question, and it is that's the challenging piece of it, is that system we have set up here where they're considered so separately by the state of Colorado, that it makes it very, very hard to compare these things or try and look at them together as a whole. But it kind of works both ways. It makes it hard to make this kind of these designations that help improve the stream, but it also makes it hard to try and factor in or try and figure out what's going on with to the detriment of a stream. Because if you have this much pollutant in a stream and you have this much water, it doesn't seem like such a big deal. If you have this much water,
Right.
It changes it quite a bit. So as we all know, they're inextricably linked, but it makes it very challenging to look at this through the state's eyes that way. And so to your question, I think it would be probably challenging for diverters to make that argument, just like it's challenging us to make the argument that decrease in water is affecting water quality. So I think it kind of goes both ways. It's a challenging situation.
But on that topic, if just one quick
Well,
thing.
just wanted to say the membership should be vigilant about that, so it's not used for evil purposes.
Oh, my
Thank
gosh.
you.
God, you're so suspicious.
So I'm
of
assume
people.
they're measured in concentration, though, not in amount.
Correct.
So
Yes.
higher water will have less concentration of the same
Right.
amount of chemicals.
There's something we call loading, which is the technical way of looking at that. You're looking at the amount of water in the stream, the level of constituent, the level of pollutant versus the water,
Exactly.
the amount of water at that time. Yeah.
Right.
What equals it out?
I'm curious as to why this was brought to us by Open Space and Trails rather than the Healthy River Board, or
I
just
reacted
wondered
the same
what the
way.
relationship is.
I wondered the same
We
thing.
just,
why I
we
brought
have
it
a
up at the
very,
beginning.
very strong relationship with the Roaring Fork Conservancy. We also, have properties that Thompson Creek and others, Hunter Creek and stuff like that flow through. And so, part of our mission too is water. So, we want to support our partners. We do a lot of partnership with them. And so we do get a nice chance 4 times a year to have a joint meeting, and we thought we could carve 20, 30 minutes out to do this because we feel it's pretty critical for, our water quality that comes down to water our properties for agriculture, but also the fish and the macroinvertebrates and everything else that's there. So that's why we're bringing it to you guys.
Okay.
Right, good point.
Yeah, and part of that too, I'd say, is they're doing their outreach, and so casting the net broadly and sort of, I was we were able to help be the conduit to get him in front of all of you. So what I'm hearing is maybe I can help get the template from Chad to the BOCC, and then we'll go from there. If the BOCC wants to write a draft letter, then we will see if the other boards want to sign on to it as well.
And can we
Is that-
follow up with
Well,
Healthy Rivers
I just want to check with everybody. I saw a nod from you. Michael, are you giving this a nod? And Graham? Okay.
But I would
Yeah.
like us to follow up with Healthy Rivers and Streams, so we're all on the same page here.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, 'cause I think your point's well made, and that's why I asked why we.
I mean, I did ask last summer when I knew that this was happening, because some of this coalition did this exact same endeavor over in Gunnison County, because it was their basin reviews.
Uh-huh.
I was told that the submittal period for the stream identification, kind of had passed already, and they had done all that before thinking to bring in Healthy Rivers.
Well, maybe we need to have more joint meetings with Healthy Rivers and Streams.
Yeah, we hardly ever see Healthy Rivers.
Just
Yeah.
wanted to suggest, I know this has come up before where I think somebody at Healthy Rivers was writing letters and hadn't really vetted it with their own board or us. And so this is an internal thing for us, just that if somebody's going to write a letter of support, it ought to come to us before it gets sent. And I think that's the policy, and perhaps that's what they're doing, but it's, the questions brought up kind of, are worth revisiting to make sure that everyone understands the protocol, so that our names don't end up on letters that we never saw.
I think we just need united support.
Yeah,
But
united support.
not your problem. So, so do you want to send us the template or we'll get it to staff and they can do the
We'll
letter?
figure it out to get to you guys.
Yeah.
I'm happy to provide that. And just one point of clarification. For a wide variety of reasons, it's very helpful to us and important that any letters of support get submitted directly to the state and not necessarily come through the coalition who is making the proposal. So I'm again happy to help provide that information and how to make that submittal.
Okay, that sounds great. Happy to sign it, but I don't want to write it.
Okay.
I think it's already been written for you. Healthy Rivers and Streams did it. You can just sign under their letter.
Okay, well,
All
thank
right.
you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And I'd love to
Appreciate
hear
it.
back from you on that other thing that we discussed, on
Yes.
what might happen.
Well, Ted's looking at it.
Okay, great,
There you
thank
go.
you. Thank you.
So we maybe need to get out of our meeting, or is there anything you want to talk to us?
Adjourn, unless you want to.
Well, we need to adjourn our
It's
meeting.
not officially adjourned.
Yeah, unless there's anything you want to talk to us about.
No, we're already.
Other than
behind.
going to the art show and things like that, I'm
Yeah.
done with you.
All right.
Move we adjourn.
Do I hear a,
I'll second.
all in favor? Aye. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Can we take the 5-minute break we were supposed to have?
Yes, do we also have to exit this meeting?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. You want to take a 5-minute break?
Well, we were supposed to have one at 12:55.
11:25. All right, welcome back to the work session for the Pickens County Board of Commissioners on Tuesday, September 5th. We are at staff and community presentation, so we're going to hear the grant consultant and funding roadmap overview by Cara Silbernagle.
Good afternoon. Wait, is it red on or off?
Red is on.
Red's on.
All right. Good afternoon. So with me today, first of all, Cara Silbernagle, Deputy County Manager. And with me today is Ashley Badesh and Spyro Maliki. I probably butchered that, Spyro. I'm sorry. They are representatives from Sustainable Strategies DC, and are here to kind of give you an update about the work that they've been doing and a lot of amazing things that we've been able to pursue. So just a little bit of background before I hand it over to them is I guess really it was early last year when we started to see a lot of the infrastructure bills coming through, as well as on the heels of the 2023 budget and the infrastructure projects that the county was taking on. I know the board was asking us to really start pursuing the grant opportunities and try not to miss those. Staff internally started to look at who could even do this, and we found the unicorn in sustainable strategies of not just grant writing, but advocacy as well as tracking, and just being able to create really a funding resource roadmap for us, and really being able to prioritize all the work that we're trying to achieve and match it with the different grants that are out there. So we wanted to bring them back to you. They've been on board since about May, and their first step was to create a resource roadmap, meeting across all the different departments, evaluating all the different priorities the county was taking on, and kind of using that as a dynamic roadmap for us to pursue for grant funding. And so we just wanted to bring them here today and provide an overview to all of you and the opportunity for you all to ask questions to them. With that, I know Rich has been a part of this. Rich, is there anything else you would add before I hand it over?
You summed it up very well, Cara. Thank you. I think we did find a unicorn, so we're anxious for them to report out for you here.
Great. Ashley, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Cara. Hi, I'm Ashley Badish with Sustainable Strategies DC. Hopefully a unicorn, we'll see. But we are a grant writing and funding consulting firm that's based out of Washington, D.C. and Denver, Colorado. Spiro and I are based out of our Denver office. And we're thrilled to be working with Pickens County on pursuing federal, state, and potentially some philanthropic grant resources for your community priorities. As Cara mentioned, we came and met with staff and department heads this spring in Pickens County to learn about funding needs, to hear about the types of grants that you all had pursued in the past and figure out the best ways for us to plug in moving forward. We took all the information that we heard from staff regarding projects and funding gaps and priorities and put together a resource roadmap document that I think has been shared with you all, that we won't go over in painstaking detail, but we'll just walk through some of the different sections of it so you understand what we put together, as this really serves as like the dynamic document that guides our work with the county. So our roadmap includes a couple of different sections. One just explains our approach for working with your staff, so we'll run through that briefly just so that you have an understanding of sort of how we pursue funding and how our ongoing collaboration with county staff works. And then we have a section that summarizes the information that we learned from staff regarding top priority projects, and we won't go over that, as that was really just a collection of our notes that we could check back in and make sure that we heard everything and that our understanding of your priorities was correct. Of course, this is a dynamic document as well, so like funding needs will emerge and new grant opportunities from the Inflation Reduction Act and bipartisan infrastructure law are rolling out every day. So we'll continue to iterate this as needed as we move forward, but this is where we are starting. And then we did identify approximately, I think it was 10 top funding resources that we think are a good mix of state and federal, that are a good mix of ones that the county would apply for and administer, and ones that might be your partner organizations who are achieving work that is valuable to the county and that may need the grant writing support to be able to get where they're trying to go. And then the rest of the document is a large, extensive funding matrix that really names everything that's out there that, as we evaluated it, aligns with your priority project, that Pitkin is eligible for. You know, we've called out which census tracts are eligible for particular programs, and really went through to try to figure out what the big world looks like so that we can focus in on the grants that make the most sense to pursue. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Spiro, who's going to run through the first steps of our approach to working with the county, and then we'll talk about some of the funding opportunities that we identified.
Hi everyone, Spiro Maliki. Like Ashley said, I work with her in our Denver office with my main focus being on grant writing. So I'm going to go ahead and share our roadmap. Ashley, is that zoomed in enough?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. So yeah, like Ashley said, we're going to run through very quickly just some of our general approaches and tactics for working with all of the county staff on pursuing our grant opportunities. So the first big one is establishing a funding team and robust collaboration. So we've already kind of gotten into group with this. We've had quite a few monthly meetings now with the department staff and county leadership. And so these monthly calls, what we do is we walk through grant applications that we've already submitted, provide updates on those. We highlight grant opportunities that are open, and we discuss those in depth with staff if we want to pursue them.
Understand it, but I can't see it.
And then we also have a list of grant opportunities in the future
Spiro?
that we might be looking to pursue as well.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay. We are having, your voice is broken up a little bit. I'm not quite sure if there's anything you can do about that.
Or anything we can do about that.
One sec.
Francie, it's clear on the Zoom side, so I don't know if it's something in the room maybe.
How's it sound to you now, Patty?
I can hear Rich, but I couldn't hear him.
And let's go on and see how it goes.
Better now?
Hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. We didn't have any trouble with you, Ashley. Yeah, go ahead, Spiro. Let's go ahead.
Okay. All right, so number 2, establishing consensus on priority projects. This is another thing that we've been doing mostly at our monthly calls. And as Ashley mentioned, we do have a priority list of about 10 projects that we've highlighted just based on what are both the most pressing needs for the county and also what are the best fits for the grant opportunities that are out there. This is something that is changing over time and we're constantly discussing with staff, but we do like to keep a list of these priority projects just so everyone is aware. All right, number 3. So for some of our larger projects that might require multiple grant opportunities in order to get all the funding, we always recommend an eating the elephant one bite at a time approach. And this just means breaking down larger projects into more concrete phases. And so again, this is something that we're working with department staff to break down some of these larger projects, especially if we need to pursue multiple grant opportunities, and make sure we're organizing them in relation to when grant opportunities come out throughout the year. Something that we constantly stress and is super, super important for our grant applications are having cost estimates ready to go once we have a project in mind and once we have potential grant opportunities in mind. So again, this just helps us organize those grant opportunities as they come up throughout the year. We always stress the importance to staff of having some budget numbers in mind. This might mean working internally with staff to come up with budgets. It might also mean reaching out to outside consultants or even reaching out to vendors and contractors to get some cost estimates for us. And that helps us both with the cost of the project and also staying ahead of the matching requirements as they come up. All right, so once we've broken down some of our larger projects into more discrete steps, and we have an idea of what these projects are actually going to cost, then we can really work to align our funding sources with each of these phases. Like Ashley said, we have down at the bottom, and we'll briefly go over this, we've got a large matrix with 50 plus funding opportunities at the state and federal levels of all the possible grant opportunities that we might want to pursue for each of these project components. And so this is just a way for us to organize everything once we have these project costs in mind and once we have the actual projects in mind. And then just a quick note, we also do provide updates regularly. We call these client alerts on any changes to these funding programs as they might arise, especially in relation to like bipartisan infrastructure law, Inflation Reduction Act. And then last part that I will touch on is matching and leveraging strategies. So just like having a budget number in mind is super important, we also want to have a matching strategy in mind. We've highlighted down in the matrix which grant opportunities require a match and which ones don't require a match. And this is something that, just like the budget, we want to get out ahead of, make sure the board is on board with our matching strategy for the project, and make sure we have the matching funds available for everything. All right, Ashley, want to take over?
Thanks, Spiro. Yeah, so just making sure I'm not on mute. A couple additional steps to run through. We also put together strategic game plan memos for each of the grant opportunities that we're pursuing with staff. So staff are familiar with these at this point. It outlines everything that we need to be able to pull together the grant application. We also put together a briefing sheet for all of the projects, which helps with soliciting support letters, as well as just confirming that everybody has the same ideas for the projects as we move forward. And then the last few steps here are around advocacy. So we will work with you to seek state backing where appropriate for grant opportunities that we've submitted. Often federal opportunities that are highly competitive, they will look for support from the state. We also look to the state to be able to leverage federal funds. You know, if we get funds from DOLA programs and CDOT programs, we can leverage those against federal dollars and then decrease the amount of county match that goes into completing the funding for the project. We also have a note here about meeting with federal agency officials. We like to encourage the communities that we work with to send a small delegation to Washington, D.C. every year. And this is to not only sit down with your congressional delegation, but also to meet with your federal agency officials, which is a step that localities and counties often skip. And it can be highly valuable in building relationships with the agencies and sort of telling your project story as a means for advocating for your project if you have a project pending with that agency. So we have not put a DC trip on the books yet. We do like to time our proposed Washington, D.C. trip for when you have a large federal grant pending that we want to lobby for. And we will coordinate with your existing lobbyists to make sure that we maximize the value of going to DC, but it is something that we see as a really valuable exercise that helps you build relationships over time and tell stories about your project. And that goes to the next point of securing congressional support, often having the support of your senators and your member of Congress can be really important to your success in securing federal grants. So that's something that we have relationships with the staff in your senators' offices, and we know who to go to for the support letters and who to go to for the meetings and make and ask for a call over to a federal agency. So that's something that we'll be working on just to set your applications apart. And then finally, preparing for grant writing. So we'll help staff ensure that all of your accounts are up to date. We've been working with Gabriel, who's a tremendous resource on ensuring that everything grants is ready to go and that we're all on the same page in terms of what's going in and how we're organized around submitting grants. We will seek debriefs on any applications that we submit that are not successful so that we can learn how we can improve those in future rounds. We help with securing stakeholder support and drafting support letter templates, and really take the grant process start to finish in terms of making sure that you get the grants through the portals into submission. And then finally, celebrating success is just, we encourage you all to continue to invite funders and your federal and state elected officials to celebrate successes as you do secure grant funding, as you have your groundbreakings, as you have your ribbon cuttings, just to keep the ball rolling, to keep momentum building, and to keep those relationships positive. So that's everything that we have on sort of how we work with staff. We'll just scroll through this section of notes on the projects that we discussed with your staff when we were in town. And then this is our kind of running list of some of the priority resources that we identified. And you'll note that several of these come from like the bipartisan infrastructure law. And we've actually just seen in the past couple of months a bunch of the Inflation Reduction Act programs start to roll out. So we've been talking to staff about those as well. So as you can see here, we've got a mix of transportation, of housing, of climate action, but we have recommended pursuing a charging and fueling infrastructure grant, and we actually went for that for charging and fueling infrastructure for electric vehicles at the Park and Ride at Brush Creek. And so we anticipate that we'll hear about that later this year, and we'll work with your staff on continuing to advocate for that project as necessary. We also wound up pursuing, and Spiro, maybe it makes sense to just go to the slide here on what we've put in. But you can see here, and I think you all have access to this document, that we rounded up the grants that we think are the low-hanging fruit, or that might be a bit of a stretch, a large federal grant application, but that we think is worth the effort to pursue across the different priorities of the community with quite a wide range. And then this is just a progress summary that shows that we assisted staff in submitting a grant to the, in partnership with the state, to the Department of Energy
Abby, can you minimize
for the microgrid project. And then we also worked with staff to submit a couple grants to DOLA's new climate resilience challenge.
Thank you. Sorry, Ashley.
Sorry, Ashley, we're trying to work on a compromise here so we can read what's on the screen all the way across.
Can he present?
He had a full screen before.
Are you able to hit
Well,
the present button?
We
Spiro?
could take away the sidebar for one
Down at
thing.
the bottom.
Well, but then the print's too small.
Yeah, that's fine. Just move it, maybe. Yeah, thank you.
No.
See the sidebar on the left there? That should go away.
Well, it'll be,
Yeah, slideshow.
I can see it, but I can't
Can
read
you go
it.
down to the bottom and hit the little present button? Oh, that'll work too.
Maybe.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice try. Okay, keep her moving.
Just not our day today.
Well, anyway, there were
Yeah, go ahead.
submitted
Keep
a
going.
couple to DOLA, and then the last one on the list that we just submitted this past week was actually the town of Basalt was the applicant, but it's for an employer-based child care grant that will support a child care facility that will be built out in a shell at the Stotts Mill development in Basalt, and then the county and the town will get priority slots for their employees for child care. We just submitted that one. But so that's an update on what we've done over the past few months, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about our process or other grants that we're looking at, or any other questions that you might have.
Well, welcome to us, even though it's been a few months. It sounds like you're doing something we've needed for quite a while, so I really appreciate your expertise. Steve?
Thank you. I really like your packet that you presented to us. It covers a whole lot of different things that we are working on. The one thing that I noticed in there that was missing that I think should be included in what Picken County would like to accomplish, and that has to do with a new senior center. I did notice in the packet that in the Daniels Fund there is funding for recreation centers, senior centers, community facilities like that. And although it wasn't a large grant, I think it was 75,000 was the average size of grants there. That could potentially be a grant that we could get for planning, preliminary planning for a new senior center, for instance. So I know that our senior services director has been asking for a new senior center. We don't have enough square footage. It's not in the best location. We have not made it any kind of a priority on the BOCC level because we have other things that are so much more pressing that the money has had to go to. But if there's grant money for something like a senior center, which it looks like there is at least some grant funding, that we ought to have that on our list. And maybe our board needs to have a further discussion on that with Kara going forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you. We will be sure to keep an eye out and add that to the grants that we're tracking for the county.
Other questions for them?
Well, my question was just going to be how, how adaptable, how is this, Steve's asking for a change, which I'm supportive of. Clearly, if something else comes up, it's not going to be that hard to put it into the mix if our board decides to do it. So you'll just get that. We'll just pile it on for you, I guess. And there's some in here that I've never seen.
I think all of your questions, but through the monthly calls that we do, we continue to adapt the list of grants that we're applying to. So the ones that are listed here won't end up being, all of the ones that we will wind up applying for, especially in the current environment where we have new grants that we've never seen before that are coming out, every month at actually both the federal and state level currently. So we just continue to raise those with staff with our agendas and monthly calls, and we'll also continue to be available if other priorities arise. We had some conversations with the library about pursuing funding recently, and just as folks come with funding needs, we definitely want to be aware of the breadth of them so that we can be keeping an eye out for the right stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like some kind of once a year or once every 6 months update on to what grants we've applied for, what grants we've received, cost in, cost out. How much is it costing us to do this and what are we gaining from it? So we know at the end of the day the benefit.
If I could tag on to that, I'd just say, there are some things on the list that for some reason I'm just not familiar with. So I want to make sure that our board understands what's on this list. So this is the first time I've seen some things here, and we can follow up later on how they got there or what where they came from. But anyway, it just seems to me that that's important also. So this is great. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you guys so much.
Yeah, and I would just say thank you to both of them. And one of the things is really, as Ashley alluded to, is their ability to track and have more intel knowledge on what's coming down at the federal level. And, we all get the funding alerts, and is this actually something that we could pursue, that we could qualify, has been extremely valuable thus far. Unfortunately, a lot of them are hard for us to access, but there's definitely a couple that we've been able to pursue.
That's really great. Yeah, Kelly.
I would notice, I was surprised there weren't more from the infrastructure, the IRA on there. But that's just a comment. Can you email out the last slide of the grants that we have applied for that Spiro put up? Thank you.
Yeah.
It's in our packet, isn't it?
And we can make
These
another,
all of these
update.
grants are in our packet.
But the ones that we've applied for, that is the landscape of potential.
The slide of what we've done today, we'll email out.
Yeah, let's not forget the Northwest COG does have a new grant assistant consultant person, so if we can kind of coordinate the efforts, because we are members and we pay membership dues to COG, and so that's something we might want to just kind of fold in or touch base with as we move along.
Thank you both so much for being here.
Thank you, nice to see you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Jordana. Now it's time for the CDPHE Master Task Order Contract, and we have Jordana Sabella.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
How are you? In person?
In
Up close and
person,
personal.
joined by a lot of staff as well. Okay, so I'm gonna
Zoom.
accept.
Yep, join us.
Where'd my pen go? And then share my
Need one?
screen.
Yeah, it's gonna kick you out and bring you back in. Okay, now share screen.
And
So just select that screen. Or entire screen or window if it's up to you. So just yeah, just select this window. And then share.
okay, the tab's in a different tab.
I might have to just and then you'll just
Is it sharing now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Sure, if everybody wants to come on up. Or
Next to you.
Certainly,
You'll
you
keep me
can,
in
you
line?
can sit in the Steve's spot.
all right, so
Come on, there's one more seat right here in front.
That's a
it's a big seat.
that's a big seat.
So we
scared of us,
wanted to
Patty.
be able to come today to talk about the master task order contract that we have with Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. I'll introduce myself, Jordana Sabella, Public Health Director, and then when everyone gets their chance to speak, I'll have them introduce themselves. So the master task order, the background is that this is how CDPHE tends to do business with many of the local public health agencies. It's effective for a 5-year period, and it allows CDPHE to purchase health and environmental services from us and from us to perform those services through the task orders. So it's really a process by which those the decisions to accept the task orders that the state gives to us to perform, that's been delegated to the board chair. So when those task orders come through, we look through them, we're like, yep, this is the normal services that we provide. We send them off along to the board, to the clerk to the board, who sends them to the board chair to sign. And then when we were talking through this process, we said, but what's a great way to let the whole board know all of the things that we've been signing off and getting task orders to perform and doing? And so we came to this process where we can bring these things to the board once a year. So with that overview and introduction, we will move through these 6 task orders. Oop, that does that. These 6 task orders that have been signed for services in this next year. This presentation is a little touchy on here. So, this is the first one. Am I clicking through? Okay, going back now. I think this is our first one. Turn it over to Ariel.
Hello, I'm Ariel Holstein. I'm the planning analyst, and I'm going to talk about the Core Public Health Services Task Order. So these funds support our department's capacity to participate in assessment and planning at the local...
Could you speak up just a little bit, please?
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Thank you.
So the Core Public Health Services Task Order supports our department's capacity to participate in assessment and planning at the local, regional, and state levels. This is facilitated by the Office of Public Health Practice Planning and Local Partnerships, also known as OPHP. And these efforts include maintaining and improving local capacity to provide services as established by the State Board of Health. So for the upcoming fiscal year, the total funding amount is $61,812. And assessment and planning is one of seven foundational capabilities of local public health agencies in Colorado. So we participate in assessment and planning. More specifically, we participate in a process called CHAPS, the Colorado Public Health Assessment and Planning System. This is a relatively new process. It was established after the Colorado Public Health Act of 2008 was passed. And this piece of legislation was aimed to reform the public health system in the state. And the goals were to ensure that Coloradans can access, one, the same public health services into the same quality of services, regardless of what part of the state they live in. So CHAPS is a 5-year cycle with 2 primary deliverables. Those deliverables include a community health assessment, or a CHA, and a public health improvement plan, or a FIP. So our most recent cycle started last year, and we completed the CHA. So the CHA is a really comprehensive report looking at data on health and social determinants of health in our community. We look at things that you would traditionally associate with public health, like vaccines, nutrition, physical activity, but also social determinants of health. So those things that are more upstream that aren't health outcomes themselves, but that affect your health. So things like housing, income, transportation, built environment, etc. And so the community health assessment is a really great way to see lots of different data about your community. It shows you where you're doing well in terms of health, and then where there are areas of improvement that can be made. So the Public Health Improvement Plan, or the FIP, is based partly on the CHA. So we can see, oh, we're not doing so well in this area, we're doing well in this area. Helps health departments decide where they want to focus, some strategic planning for the rest of the CHAPS cycle to improve those specific health measures. So to choose the FIP priorities, you look at the CHA, but there's also a bit of community engagement with partners and organizations that we work with to really narrow down, create buy-in, make sure we're all on board with the goals and what we want to accomplish. So the CHA and the FIP reports are pretty long. I have linked the location on the public health website where you could take a peek at those if you're interested. Next slide. But the priorities for this cycle will be on the screen in a second, but they are pathways to care, including mental health, as well as climate change and health. So we've just started on the FIP, but some of those strategies include education in the community around mental health, anti-stigma, working on an opioid awareness campaign. There's some work related to the Mental Health Access Program, which is a partnership between public health and human services to better coordinate mental health care for community members. The climate change side, we're also doing a lot of education and taking a look at the hazard mitigation plan, ensuring that climate change is in there, and we'll talk about the health impacts of climate change as well.
Okay. If there's no questions there, we will move on to immunizations, ELC, and the homeless task order.
A little bit of a mouthful there.
Since we're technology challenged.
Just introduce yourself
No,
and then
of
go
course.
forward. Thank you.
My name is Carly Senst. I am the Pickens County Public Health Epidemiologist. Formerly, I think many of you remember me or worked with me as the vaccine coordinator for COVID-19. So we're jumping right into the same vein there with immunization task order. And so the overarching goal for this is the increased routine immunization rate throughout the county. These immunizations take place predominantly in school-aged children, including pre-K, as well as kind of encompassing some of those seasonal vaccines like flu and COVID-19. The total funding we have is $31,420 for, I think, this year, right? For this total year to date. Excuse me, thank you. And the three parts of this grant in particular are implementing core immunization services because we as a public health department don't have an operational branch. We don't have a medical service side. We do partner with Community Health Services, who's located over at Health and Human Services, who help us administer vaccines and assure that a lot of the data entry is occurring appropriately so that the information is making its way from provider to the state through Colorado Immunization Information Service. Jeez Louise, sorry, mouthful. And all the immunizations that get administered through Community Health Services and promoted through Community Health Services are all approved by the CDC AKIP guidelines.
So all of the information goes to the state. So every immunization you get, one person gets, is filed with the state as well as locally?
As long as they get it through Community Health Services. And then the second part of that question goes to the next space, which is educate and promote vaccine uptake. So we liaison a lot with community partners, including medical providers, to assure that that immunization service is being utilized by those medical providers. But it is up to each unique medical provider in order to update their own data for the vaccines that they are administering. So that's
very confusing.
It's
what?
Gets very confusing. You get one shot here, you get one shot there, and you get one shot there, and who knows where they all end up at the end of the day. Used to really happen a lot with kids' vaccines.
Exactly, and ideally Colorado and CDPHE as well as us as an LPH are really working closely with our medical providers to encourage utilization of that immunization system. So I want to say it is relatively new in the span of sort of public health for there to be this electronic system. And so certain providers are still working on building that capacity to be able to engage with that online system. But I will say COVID provide a lot of motivation for quite a few of our medical providers to do so. So
can I ask another further question about that? So if the state is amassing all of this information, is it then showing up on what? Who has access to that, and how do they get access to that?
Of course.
So
we call it CIS, so I'm going to keep my words short. So the Colorado Immunization Information System we refer to as CIS. So there is a public portal that individuals can look up their own vaccination information. Again, this was readily made available during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's a new feature. So anyone who's interested in accessing those vaccination records can do so through that public portal. One of the other really good, and in my opinion, even a more powerful tool is to work with their medical provider to track down those immunization records.
So the medical providers themselves get information off of that.
Yes,
Yeah, that's kind of what I
and
was
they can pull it and they can update it.
Okay.
So hypothetically, within Patty's example of if you got a COVID-19 immunization at hypothetically one of the mobile vaccine buses that were really active, and it doesn't relate to your exact medical record, your medical provider can update your profile with that vaccination.
Yeah, I had a physical like last week, or maybe it was the week before, I can't remember, and he read off to me my COVID vaccinations, and I was like, oh, I didn't give those to you, you know, so that was interesting.
No, it is the goal.
Forgetting.
Yeah, the goal of CIS is to make that information readily available to medical providers to be able to assist in furthering that immunization uptake when vaccines are due. So for us as kind of adults, that would routinely be those seasonal vaccinations that we receive, like COVID-19, like flu. But for children who potentially have multiple providers administering these childhood vaccines, having that central immunization system and having all those records readily available is really important for that medical provider to make those best case recommendations and encouraging those families for that immunization uptake. So it is a very powerful tool, and now the whole big goal is
I
to
don't
try
know
to
how this happened, but I got a text that one or more of my children was not on schedule for their vaccines. You know, we missed a checkup. So I was like, how did you get this? How do you know this? How do you know who my children are?
That's what I thought about when he told me when my COVID.
What you learn in the
Which is
future is
fine,
when they
but
go
I
to college,
just
you
was
have
like, what
to
did I
provide
sign
all
up
of that.
for? You know?
And you know, trying to find your immunizations for your
Yeah.
kids who are now 18, and people get them from across the country, so it's really tough. Little yellow
Yeah.
card,
No,
I
I
have
get
them
it.
still
Yeah.
from my kids' vaccinations
still
and
keep 'em.
immunizations. I
Just
still
in
have them,
case.
I'm not letting those things go, they're in my fireproof box. But I have a real quick question. Are we gonna do anything about the RSV? Is it immunization or vaccination?
That is a
Immunization.
very complex question. There are 3 different versions One of them is a vaccine. One of them is an antibody. It is incredibly complex. These are not yet within the scope of routine immunization schedules. So individuals who may be eligible, whether that is a pregnant woman who in their 3rd trimester, whether it is a parent of a very young children younger than 8 months of years of age, 8 months of age, or an individual over 65 who might qualify, is really encouraged to go speak to their medical provider about that. That does not fall within the realm typically of what we count as a routine immunization as yet.
Kind of like the
In the
shingles,
future.
kind of like shingles, you have to go to your own medical provider.
Exactly. So that's, I would love to, but we're not in that space.
And I heard
quite
it was
yet.
people over 60, not 65.
60 it might be. I don't quote me on it. I didn't come with my RSV
I
slides.
don't remember which commercial I was watching on television about it. So
Yeah, and there's some other caveats too about like health care conditions similar to the COVID-19 where we think about immunization or immunocompromising conditions, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you.
But I do think that covers the education and promotion of the vaccine uptake, and so that really does go with CIS and working with those providers and other community partners like schools and child care centers to really encourage those routine vaccinations. A lot of individuals and a lot of families had to defer vaccines during COVID-19, during the pandemic, and so right now, this year and in years coming, it's really going to be a push to catch up with those routine immunizations, which is that texting, that CDPHE
I was
enacted.
like a month behind. I mean, this was not.
They take it very seriously.
A long delay. 'Cause I
Kelly,
am very serious about childhood vaccines, so I was like, wow.
Yeah, but that's a very powerful tool, especially since the state will link out to resources that families can kind of access in order to gain those vaccinations. And that also then syncs up really nicely with the identifying barriers and gaps within our immunization rates throughout the county and seeing if we can't find reasons why, maybe not a month, but why individuals might have missed a vaccine over the last few years, why they might have come out of date, as well as trying to further provide access to those vaccinations.
you should be getting more than $31,000 to do all of that.
I would say so, yes. If you know anyone.
So which are the ones that are regular vaccinations?
Oh, I'm so sorry, I misheard the first part of the question.
Which ones are the regular vaccinations? Like, I'm assuming pneumonia is not one of them?
No, and actually the slide that's up will help sort of, this. You guys have looked this over, my goodness, what segues. So these are 2 slides depicting.
Colorful.
I know, it's hard to see, I don't know if we can make it any bigger, but there is a slew of routine immunizations that vary by age. And so typically where there is preschool, so anything pre-K, and then K through 12 immunizations, that those are 2 big age buckets that we tend to look at. So this slide on the left hand looks specifically at Aspen School District as an entire unit. And so that's going to be K through 12 Aspen School District. Our immunization rates look pretty darn good. And to go to your point on DTaP, we have Hep B, MMR, which is measles, rubella, and mumps. I said that out of order. Polio, Tdap, and varicella, which is whooping cough. And so these are all of the vaccines that are typically required or encouraged to be able to attend public education programs with of course, the exemptions, which can be medical.
Is there still
or
a
non-medical.
personal exemption?
There is, but it has to be signed off. So there's 2 ways to get an exemption nowadays. You have to get a medical signed piece of paper, or you have to go to an online course and acknowledge that you took that course.
Interesting. Okay.
That was a big fight in the legislature a few years ago.
It was, and it's relatively new. It's
We're going to hear a lot about it.
If you want to get them
Kennedy
all,
keeps
you will
going.
have so many holes in your arms that you won't know what to do with yourself.
I will say there is a schedule, so hopefully they get all spread out.
And are there regular adult ones too?
Typically, but that's going to be based on personal risk factors, et cetera, et cetera. So Hep B is potentially one. Hep A can be one for certain populations. Shingles, thank you. So.
Pneumonia.
But it does vary by those age groups. And so individuals who
And
think
now
you might not be up to date on some of your vaccines, I myself just had to go get another Tdap for tetanus. I really should talk to their physicians during those routine kind of annual physicals.
Me? Are you still there?
Ooh, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
All right, so Kirk Dahl, Environmental Health Manager for the county, and I have the other 2 grants. They are both COVID related, and COVID is falls under our communicable disease investigation and prevention arm, so that's where it falls under the task order and core services. These are really looking at COVID and respiratory illness or COVID-like illness. And ELC 2.1, if you remember, we've had a few versions of the epidemiology and lab capacity, which is what ELC stands for. There was a 1, 2, there is now a 2.1 that we have applied for, and there have been some delays, but we just got word last week that it has finally been approved by the CDC. So good news there. This fund is primarily to support staff around education and disease investigation and prevention services. So these funds will go directly to salary to cover those costs. Total funding is just a little over $77,000. It's not quite a calendar year. The funding starts in August of this year. We're able to back bill, even though it was just approved. But it only goes through April of next year. And that in part is because the state calendar year goes through June 30th of each year, July to June 30th, and they need a couple of months to wrap up everything to send back to the CDC, so they're shortening this one. So we'll only bill through that.
So you spend it and then you get reimbursed?
Yeah, we send an invoice every month back to the state health department for those costs.
That's interesting. So they don't cover you for the 3 months it takes them to do their job?
Well, the intent, yeah. Good question.
Yeah.
But the intent is that COVID is going to work its way back into all of our regular work, and it's not going to be special. So just like flu, just like RSV, just like all of the others, it won't have its own special funding source. Yeah, and it'll still be special. But,
We're finding that out every day, aren't we? Yeah.
And then the other one that we have applied for and received is for detection and mitigation in homeless populations. And this is in partnership with Recovery Resources. They also have they also have a separate grant from CDPHE to support actions really around surveillance. So those staff, persons who are using the overnight shelter that they are housing, we're helping them set up a surveillance program so that they can actually check to see if people have temperatures, things like that, and then actually have testing kits available for any questions to try to reduce the COVID burden in both population, the homeless population, and then any of the volunteers or staff that are working with that population. So that amount, it's a smaller amount, but it's not as much work. It's more work up front, and then just assistance as we need. If there are outbreaks or anything like that, we also will assist them with that. Total is $38,518. Again, the same piece with the other grant. It runs through April of next year, just to allow for that portion of the state to get everything to the CDC. So these I thought would be the last two COVID ones, but we did get word that we may have one more to come to you at some point. I'm happy to, but these will be the end of this. We'll see the funding for these things dry up.
Okay. So this one here, providing COVID assistance for homeless, that's if people are feeling sick. I mean, not everybody has to have, there's no requirement to be tested or anything like that when you come into the shelter, right? I mean, it's like, this is only in response to somebody who's sick?
Yes, it's only in response, just I want to double check to make sure. But yeah,
Uh.
as somebody comes in, if they're feeling ill or they're symptomatic, then this provides for, we outline what to go through with a symptom check, and actually checking things like for fever, but then they'll also have testing kits that they'll be able to do a rapid test on the spot. Anything else you want to add to that?
I think the big goal is that we want to maintain our capacity to be able to help facilitate disease mitigation efforts with that homelessness shelter, knowing that that's a high-risk population, not just of potential spread, but also of potential severe negative medical outcomes. And so this has allowed us to kind of maintain access to various resources, extra communication, extra test kits, PPE, masking, anything like that for both residents or staff member as needed. So if Recovery Resources potentially identifies an outbreak and wants to step up required testing, that will be within their scope to decide when to implement. But that routine is going to be meant to help individuals who are coming through symptomatic, as Kurt stated, to be able to reduce risk within that setting.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, next up we've got our harm reduction task order. And Katie and Jenny, I'll let you introduce yourselves.
It's Katie Huntermark, and I'm the brand new program administrator for the Pitkin area co-responder teams. I've only been in my current role since early July, but I was also the very first clinician when the program first launched back in 2019, so it is very dear to me. PACT is essentially a partnership between Pitkin County Public Health, who manages the 2 grants, Mind Springs Health, who provides the clinical support and team, and members of our 3 local law enforcement agencies, the Aspen Police Department, Snowmass Village Police Department, and the Pitkin County Sheriff's Office. We pair mental health professionals with law enforcement on calls for service that involve a behavioral health or substance use component, with the ultimate goal of diverting people away from the criminal justice system whenever possible and linking them to the appropriate care. The current PAC team consists of 2 master's level clinicians who respond in the field with law enforcement up to 7 days a week, as well as a full-time case manager who we're really excited about. She just joined us middle of August, so she's still getting up and running. And a full-time peer specialist who is someone who has lived experience and kind of models the healthy behaviors and recovery. The goals for PACT under the harm reduction task order include decreasing the negative health outcomes associated with substance use, improving communication between public health, law enforcement, and other community partners, and then developing alternatives to the criminal justice system so that we're linking people with the appropriate supports and care in the community. This is currently being accomplished primarily through the expansion of the PACT program, which has grown significantly since I was in the field. And for fiscal year 24, CDPHE is providing $406,675 with an additional $380,000 through the Behavioral Health Administration.
I want to know where your teleprompter is. You're incredible. You just said all of this without looking at anything.
I'm new to my position, but this program is very dear to my heart, and is something that I'm very invested in and have been for years now.
If I asked you to repeat it, it would probably be
amazing.
And now I'd like to turn it over to Jenny Lyons, who's going to give you some information on data from our most recent annual report.
Hi, I'm Jenny Lyons, Planning and Programs Manager for Pitkin County Public Health, and I was the previous PACT administrator. So I was the administrator during the time that this 2022 data was being collected. We did this in conjunction with our data consultant, Omni, and we're giving you just a couple of highlights from the PACT annual report from 2022, which is the most recent full year worth of data that we have collected.
I want the next slide, Jenny. Then.
Yes, please.
Where's that picture taken?
That was at the annual co-responder conference, and that was year before
That was
last, though.
year.
I said that doesn't look like
Durham, in Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina. So Raleigh, I was there. Chapel Hill. So that was this. So this was in 2022, and we had all 3 law enforcement agencies represented, as well as the full PACT team at the time. The field team attended. So for 2022, PACT served 351 unique individuals, which was up significantly over 2021. The team had expanded during that time. So I think for reference, also it's important to say that for the entire year of 2022, we had 2 co-responders in the field, except for when they were on vacation or something like that. But that we were fully staffed in the co-responder positions for that full year. However, we had a lot more. We were also fully staffed in the peer support specialist position. He has been with us for over 3 years now, and but our case manager, we had less coverage for that, and that's reflected a bit in the data, in the types of encounters that folks had. But we believe that having those 2 co-responders in the field, so 7 days a week, did result in that increase in unique individuals that the PACT team was seeing through that year.
So these numbers represent contacts with people through the co-responder and law enforcement?
Correct. So those 351 unique individuals had contact somehow with the PACT team. Most frequently, those individuals came to us because of contact with law enforcement. Either the co-responder and law enforcement were on scene together in the field, or law enforcement encountered the person and then referred them to the PACT team, which, for example, happens in the evenings when PACT is not on. As well as there's a few that come to us from other community partners, like mental health agencies or just other agencies. APSHA can refer folks to PACT, et cetera. So just a few of them didn't have any law enforcement contact whatsoever and only had contact with the PACT team, but we were trying to prevent that law enforcement contact from happening.
Yeah. And so from this slide, it looks like half of your work with behavior problems are drug or alcohol related.
It's about 40% of the individuals that the PACT team encounters self-report as having some type of substance use issue.
Wow.
So this is not to the full level that we're diagnosing them with a substance use disorder, but it does seem that substance use is somehow a part of the issues that they're facing in at least 40% of the time.
Wow. Yeah, Patty.
Yeah, does the Aspen Ambulance District play into this at all? They get a 911 call and they respond. I know usually there's somebody from one of the law enforcement agencies that tags along when they can with an ambulance, but if not, we should probably talk to Gabe about,
Right.
yeah.
We've had initial meetings with Gabe about making referrals to PACT. He was going to look back at his data, but his initial thought was that most of the time law enforcement is on the scene as well.
Just wanted to make sure, yeah. But
But
we're the
we
ambulance
are
district board, just so you know that. So.
in the process of meeting with him and talking about how they could make referrals to PACT. We've done some of the initial setup of them in our system for them to be able to do that. So it's just implementation there.
Well, and I have to say, this is perhaps my favorite program, because I was here when it first got started, and we were one of the first in the state, I believe.
First rural
Yeah.
community to have
And
it.
it's been huge, just the fact that it's provided support with mental health issues, substance issues, et cetera, to law enforcement. And I just think it's in the best interest of all the parties involved. And I just think it's huge, and I can't thank the state enough for continuing to support this program. It's big, and I think it's had amazing success. So thank you guys.
You're so welcome.
Thank you.
And I didn't have a teleprompter for that.
I have another question about these stats, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Just curious about it. So other than like nighttime calls for people who have substance abuse problems, you're on most of the calls that come in. You're involved with most of the calls that come in.
Yeah, I would say that's a tough thing, and we do look at that data periodically, and we've actually, starting in August, or was it July? I'm going to get it wrong. I don't have a teleprompter on this. We shifted the hours. In response to our data, we shifted the co-responder hours later by 1 hour to capture, hopefully, more of the calls. So we look at and I don't have a slide on this, but it is in the annual report that we do look at this closely on usually a quarterly basis. We look at both the active calls that the co-responders are on and at what we call the RPACs, or referrals to PACT from law enforcement. And we look at those time of day and day of week. Are we capturing the greatest number of calls with the 10 hours a day of co-response that we have available? And so looking at that data has resulted in us shifting 1 hour later. So they come on at 8:30 in the morning and stay on until 6:30 in the afternoon or in the evening. So we are capturing, I'm not going to get it right, but as many as we can, kind of with that box that we have.
And time of year makes a difference. The holidays seems to be higher. Full moons seem to make a difference.
Shoulder season is actually historically a really busy time for us.
No kidding,
People
really?
get depressed. They don't have work. They don't have income. They don't.
Well, I'm just surprised that there's only 5 opioids things on there.
So, and that is self-reported. So there's 5 people that said, I struggle with opioid use, and admitted that to our team. Probably there's more than that. So that was with that big caveat.
Okay, thanks.
And this was new this year that 2 of those folks said that fentanyl was their drug of choice.
Oh, God. What's the street name for benzodiazepine?
That's like Valium,
Valium.
and
Ativan.
Ativan.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask about how it's working with Mind Springs, and have any of you come out of Mind Springs, or?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, as associated with the organization, I know they're a participant. How's it going? Mind Springs had a rocky road in the last few years, and it seems like they're still part of this. Is that correct? And
You mean
How's
you
that
mean they
going?
came out of the staff from Mine Springs?
Yep, and that would be me.
yes, yeah, okay, yeah, just would love
Yep,
to know.
I am formally with Mind Springs Health for almost the last 5 years before joining public health in July. I worked in both the Aspen and Glenwood Springs offices, so as the co-response clinician and crisis before that, and then in the outpatient world in Glenwood. I had good experiences with both teams. I think that there are a lot of issues going on within the organization that everyone is aware of. But I think you have teams of very dedicated, talented professionals with their boots on the ground who are showing up for people and working just as hard as we possibly can. So in that regard, like I'm super excited to be working with this particular team. They're amazing to work with. They have great leadership support. And there are always, I think, going to be issues at the organizational level that we're going to have to problem solve, including restructures. So my experience overall was positive, and especially as it related to the PACT program. I felt like I had excellent support across the board.
Great, thank you. That's really reassuring. Great to hear that.
And we're able to ameliorate some of those issues that Mind Springs has as an organization within the folks who worked for PACT. So, for example, the compensation is traditionally something that we know we need to pay people more to be able to work up here. And so we can offer specific, we still call them stay bonuses.
Field team bonuses.
Field team bonuses for when folks have, been on for long enough to be able to boost their salary up, and we've been able to do different things with the PAC team if we hear about an issue to try to solve to that's not available to every position across the organization.
Right, great. And you've picked the best and the brightest, clearly.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, those field team bonuses are still in play, and those are something that we've increased since my tenure, but they had started before, to try to put our co-responders on the same level playing field with co-responders around the state, is kind of how we looked at that. Having managed the program for several years, probably the biggest struggle with Mind Springs is hiring. But there's also a tension in that we also have interviewed people and gone, they're not the right person for the PACT program. Like they might be a great person for community mental health in some other capacity, but they're not the right for PACT. It's this kind of very small hole that we want to fit people in because they have to go in the field with Braulio.
Right along.
He seems all right.
I think so.
Which is really fun, but also it has to be just the right fit. So there's that tension between getting the right person and all of that. So
right.
we work through those things.
Seems to be working.
Yes,
Thank
we have
you.
amazing folks in the field right now. All right. Any other questions about substance use and what we have seen in the field? All right. And so the next slide looks at direct support that the PACT team provided to those 350 clients. The 181 who reported some kind of substance use issue are the darker color, and the remainder of folks who did not report a substance use issue are the lighter color. So looking at that, we think it's really telling that our peer is very, very active with folks who report those substance use issues. So he's coming around them with support and meeting with many of those folks on a regular basis to complete our harm reduction objectives.
I did have a question on this and the previous question. I'm always a little slow trying to figure out what my question is, and that is, how are we comparing to other communities? And do we have a measuring sticks that we can, look at our progress and at the percentage of use of various substances? Just wondering, can we compare ourselves to the other mountain communities, resort towns, things like that?
That's a great question. I'm not aware of so the way that we collect this data, we have very specifically stood up for the harm reduction grant. And I don't believe that there's anybody else collecting the data in this way. On the co-responder grant, which is the Behavioral Health Administration, we're reporting monthly data to them exactly the same as all the other co-responder programs, not exactly the same, but broadly the same as all of the other co-responder programs in the state. So there's probably more comparison there, but that doesn't track any substance use information.
And I think it's actually really difficult to compare our program with other mountain communities because we look very different. And that's one thing that we've learned, is that all of the co-responder programs within the state look very different. I mean, over on the Front Range, you have just tremendous volume in the number of calls and less time to really provide that follow-up support. And so I think that we're fortunate in that regard, because of relatively lower active call volumes. It enables us to do a lot of follow-up and really wrap those services around people. And with that being said, like I think things are shifting in our valley. I'm looking forward to seeing the data over time to kind of see what those trends are. And I'm thinking about it more by what I was seeing in the outpatient world as well, and just new issues that are becoming more prevalent in regards to substance use, particularly, as you mentioned, with the opioids. But we just don't have the data yet, but we'll see.
Right, and I would say while there's co-response in other mountain communities, our program, just the staff that we provide looks different. I believe we're the only one with a peer in the mountain communities. So Eagle County has co-response, but they don't have the case manager or the peer. They just have clinicians in the field.
And again, in partnering with Aspen Police Department, who has the majority of the calls, they have the human services officers, which provides an amazing partnership for our clinical team, because you really have that dedicated law enforcement officer whose sole job it is to respond to these types of calls. So broadly, we functioned as a true partnership when I was in the field, and that's continuing today, with the addition of now a second human services officer to support our other clinician as well.
Great, thank you.
You're so welcome. So just to summarize, we see these numbers that the team is providing proportionally higher services to folks with substance use concerns, and that is fairly consistent through all of these types of direct service that they've been doing. There's only a couple where it is possibly equal or proportionately higher to folks without the substance use concern. And then that sidebar just includes some of the other harm reduction related activities that the team is doing in the field.
Okay. Thanks, Katie and Jenny. On to our last task order.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Raleigh Backrack, Health Promotion Program Administrator, and we will be looking over the state tobacco education and prevention partnership. So the overview, this public health project serves to reduce the burden of tobacco use, as well as prevent the initiation of tobacco use amongst Pitkin and Garfield residents. The total funding for this fiscal year is $100,000, and we have a multi-pronged approach to accomplish the following. So number one is community education on policies that influence tobacco use / reduce health disparities. So an example of that could be just a few months ago when you all passed the unincorporated Pickens County tobacco retail license policy. 2, authentic communication, authentic community engagement to create community-specific tobacco prevention activities. 3, promotion of culturally tailored tobacco treatment resources. 4, education on survey data specific to tobacco priority populations. 5, building and maintaining the contractor's tobacco subject matter expertise. And then the last one is the implementation of evidence-based tobacco program interventions as identified in the CDPHE provided local public health agency framework, which we can see on the next slide. So here we have 3 different goal areas. The first goal is really looking at that retail restriction as well as prevention and cessation services in schools with that option of youth connectedness. That second goal there is smoke and vapor-free multi-unit housing with cessation support provided, as well as elimination of smoke, secondhand smoke as well as vapor. And then the last goal we see is tobacco interventions on the healthy neighborhood. Any questions?
You know, we used to have a committee. This was when Yvonne was with Community Health. We used to have a committee made up of somebody from City Council, somebody from the BOCC, and we met and made all these decisions. So it's nice to have you doing that for us.
Happy to be here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's it. So I know we've asked questions throughout. If there's any other questions you have or any feedback on how this works to bring this, all the things signed under the master task order to you, I'm happy to get that feedback.
So Greg, you gonna sign it?
You bet.
I just want to thank all of you people. The work you do is amazing, and it makes a big difference in our community, and it's not easy work. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Good
you.
presentation, thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming. Nice to see you all.
Good to see you. Just I got my computer all screwed up, but,
And now we are going to have a Regional Financial Empowerment Center update by Sam Landerkasper. Welcome, Sam.
Oh,
okay.
we just got back.
You just got back. Tom just left. They're not over from the same group.
No,
They're
yeah.
not part of Tom's group because it's a lot of people from the valley.
I went with my, Francie, I'm just gonna step, I'll be right back.
That's cool.
No, we went,
Ashley
we
will
take
be
my
with
mother's
me for a bit,
ashes.
but nothing, she doesn't need to present.
Sam, I'll be right back. Like how
Sounds good.
unhealthy they are.
I gotta pull it.
Okay.
Okay, so.
We had 100% saturation response, so you know a significant amount of that's bad data.
See, where am I jumping on here? Sorry.
Just on Zoom, if you look on the agenda, just click on the agenda.
Sam's got to catch us up.
Go down.
We have an extra hour built in today. So Kara might have a meeting at 4.
Just has to get stuff to Connie, so.
I'm just gonna send you
Dominican Republic.
the invite.
Okay.
After, is there an
Jump in there.
Hope he has fun. I have a friend who can bail, not Dale. Down there.
I'll let him know. You should let him know.
If he checks in.
Yeah. We told him not to check his phone though. Unless he's in jail. We didn't even give that caveat. Maybe it's just, night or two.
There we go. All right.
And just click on the Zoom link.
Why it wants to keep opening on.
Do you have Zoom installed?
Yeah, I'm on Zoom all the time.
It's just redirecting you here.
Okay.
Okay, very packed through my.
Yeah, just for future reference, just be in on the meeting and then we can promote you pretty quickly. I don't understand what this is. Alright, let's try this instead. If you want to pull up your Gmail or your Google Calendar.
Hey Sam, I'll call you later, Sam. All right, sounds good. Okay, calendar.
This is usually an easy place to. Just click on.
Oh, good, I didn't miss anything.
No, not yet.
I don't know whose water bottle this is. Was this?
Was that Kurt's?
No, it was here before Kurt.
No, it must be,
Was it Michael Kinsley?
must be.
He's not that sophisticated.
No, a rye?
Seriously. It doesn't take a lot of sophistication to have a water bottle.
That's not a Kinsley water bottle.
Are you saying it's too nice to be a Kinsley water bottle?
I was trying to figure out how to speak
Yeah.
polite. I failed.
Okay, what do you need to present?
When I
Just
took to
this
Scotland got
PowerPoint.
broken,
Rosa
so
actually sent it
I
to
got
you
to
earlier
go
because I sent it
she's
to
doing
Rosa.
an
Yeah,
Inverness.
she CC'd you on the
And I-
response.
Got an Inverness water bottle now?
Yeah, well, it doesn't say anything on it, but they were like, buy one, get one free, so we got 2 new water bottles.
The Loch Ness Monster.
I know, that was, what a great thing for a 4-year-old to get to do.
My 4-year-old's a trip these days, man. He walks
Wow,
around
the
with like hat on
CCI office is
backwards,
getting
shirt
sold.
open.
You see that, Francie?
What?
CCI office building is getting sold.
Oh, where are they gonna
He's
be?
funny.
I don't.
Maybe they're gonna rent.
He's just got his, he's marches to his
Maybe
own
they
beat.
own and now they're gonna rent. I doubt it though.
No, they don't. I don't think they. I don't know.
We went to the Gator Farm
Oh, nice.
outside the sand dunes.
It
Ooh.
still is on my list to go to.
Ooh, that place
No,
is
so
special.
County
I was
Technical
like,
Services
whole
Inc.
area
owns
is
the
special.
building.
Tattooed what? From, like,
County
CNN.
Technical Services Inc. owns the building. You're looking for a new location for CCI.
I've driven by it, but I've never been inclined to go in.
I said, I'm like, you only go to this kind of place because you have kids, and you're like looking for something. No, it sounds
You?
like I don't have kids.
I'm
I
there
go.
like every 2 or 3 years.
I'm bummed because I missed, because I was supposed to do a trail building like weekend volunteer, host
Oh,
an
drive
entire
off of
weekend
this laptop
volunteering
then?
at Zapata Ranch,
Yeah,
and then
okay.
there was the alligator farm, and I blew up my ankle the week before I was supposed to run the event, and so it's always been
Bummer.
But I
Well,
kind of
it's still
forget
there.
it's on
So
the
it's not
list.
gonna
I
show up
should
up there.
check it
Having all
out.
these issues today, but they can see it on this TV.
Perfect. And I can
So.
launch into slideshow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think,
Frederick, Colorado.
Did you read the letter from Ellen Anderson?
They're the parent of where RFOC came out of.
you know, given how late we are, I'd
Same
prefer
model.
not taking a break at 2:45, which is now, or at any time. Let's just go to the end, if that's okay with you guys.
All right.
Yeah, because
I'll just excuse myself if I need to use the restroom.
Yeah. And I can be succinct and we'll, do questions at the end if
Always
folks
good to
have
see
them.
you, though, Sam.
Yeah, no, great. All right. Well, I'm Sam Landercasper. I'm the interim director for Human Services, and I'm here today to talk about the FEC of the Rockies, which is the Regional Financial Empowerment Center project we've been working on with Eagle and Garfield counties for about the last 3 years. And we are just really here today to catch the board up on where the progress that we've made over the past 6 months or so since the last time we were here, and also discuss potential funding opportunities for this project as we've really built this out over the last year. So what a FEC is, or Financial Empowerment Center, the purpose of that is to provide free one-on-one professional financial counseling to residents of Pitt and Eagle and Garfield counties. This is something we identified years ago when we were discussing the potentiality of a layoff packet. We were really looking at ways we could help people, since obviously our programs are limited into how much funding they can provide, ways for folks to get the education and resources they need to be financially stable themselves. One interesting aspect of this project is that it would be the first rural regional financial empowerment center in the entire country. There are a large number of FECs, but they're mostly located in larger cities. Like Denver has its own Office of Financial Empowerment. And you'll see later in this presentation the number of different organizations that have launched financial empowerment centers across the country. Just to run through what the model looks like. This is a no-cost project, or program. So for folks who want access to these resources, there is never any financial obligation to them. Free to anybody who needs it. There is no income or eligibility requirement on that. Anyone who's within the region is welcome to access this. The sessions are always one-on-one. These are not group sessions. People are able to meet with their counselor on a one-on-one basis as much as they need to. These counselors are professionals. They're certified. They've had training in financial counseling. It's integrated into other services, so it isn't simply just the financial counseling aspect, but the goal is to help also refer people to other services that'll be complementary to the needs that they have. The program is data-driven. The organization we're working with, which is called the Cities for Financial Empowerment Fund, has their own platform that tracks all of the different metrics involved with keeping track of how people are progressing through the system, the amount of savings that have increased, all of these measurable outcomes that we're looking for from a program like this. The goal of this project is that it's sustainable. We're looking for help for the first 2 years to get this program funded, but after that, the goal would be that this project is self-funded either through philanthropic donations or grants that the organization would pursue. One aspect of this also is that it has to be government-led, so the organization we work with, the Cities for Financial Empowerment Fund, they do require that. We'll talk a little bit more what that reason is, but Pitkin County has really taken the lead role in that, although we are working closely with Garfield and Eagle counties as well. So the main outcomes that we're looking for when folks engage with financial counseling obviously are within these four kind of main areas: banking, credit, debt, and savings. But if you look at the outcomes down below, you'll see some of the main things is people who are unbanked will end up opening accounts. They'll be using their bank accounts. It'll help them establish credit. We've got some statistics a little later on how many people actually get credit established, increasing credit scores, decreasing debt, and then increasing savings. These are some of the really main goals that we're working with here to help folks achieve. And then, like we spoke about a little bit earlier, there is the requirement for the local government. One of the reasons for this is governments have this infrastructure needed to really get these programs out there. We have the ability to convene diverse stakeholders. Currently, we've had over 70 different partnership organizations participating in this process. Also, the government lends a trusted voice, right? We're able to back up the program, and people know that it's not a scam if it's coming from local government. And then we also have the ability to look at and secure different funding streams that a single nonprofit might have a little bit more trouble with. some of the stakeholders that we're looking for in this that we've already established relationships with are our community partners, training providers who are providing training to the counselors. That's through the Office of Financial Empowerment in Denver, various funder organizations that we're working with, and just all of the different organizations that we've been working with through the public sectors, nonprofit. This actually is one of the first times I've worked with some of our private sector organizations, some like our utility companies, our educational institutions. So just the engagement's been really interesting through this process, and we have a wide variety of partners. Which I spoke to just a little bit here, forgot this slide was here, but we also want to connect with our veteran services departments, which is a great connection through human services, connecting people with legal services. We've got folks who would be accessing these programs who would probably be going through foreclosures or evictions, and being able to connect them with additional services to help them with that. Like I said, utility companies, we've engaged with Holy Cross Energy, employment services like Workforce Center out of Glenwood Springs, the different libraries. So a lot of these organizations, if they're not providing direct services, are also willing to provide in-kind services such as meeting space, where the counselors will be able to meet people where they're at in the community. And this is basically just kind of a little bit here on what the journey looks like. These folks are, it's very client-centric. This counseling strategy is not just a template that we basically plug people into. These financial counselors are going to talk with people, learn what their goals are, what's impacting them, and really help them work through these issues that they're facing, not just say, well, you need to put 20% of your paycheck into savings, and that's going to solve your problems. These relationships are intended to be ongoing. A lot of these folks attend multiple sessions, but can go on for as long as that folks will need to access the services. And really the outcome is to see a measurable difference in their financial status based on that goal and that plan that they developed early on with their counselor. So here are some statistics. We get these from the Cities for Financial Empowerment Fund, who has stood up close to 40 FECs, so they have a significant amount of data. You can see that across the board, 56% of their clients have attended multiple sessions, 23%, so a quarter of folks who just came in with no credit score at all have established credit, which opens a lot of doors, especially when you're talking about being able to purchase a car or get into an apartment or buy a home. Over a third of folks have been able to increase their credit scores, and another third, or a third as well, have been able to reduce their debt. And then finally, over a quarter of the people involved in the program have been able to increase their savings by a median amount of $400. In the interest of time, I won't read through every point on here on the history of this program, as you've all heard about this a number of times. Just wanted to stress that, this started way back in 2019. I actually inherited this project from Nan, who'd been working with Barbara Freeman over at La Medici on this for quite some time. And Barbara's been instrumental in a lot of the work going on at the state and bringing in the CFE fund, who's really helped provide a lot of the framework for this project, and is also going to provide financial support as well. A lot really got started in 2022 when we submitted a joint application to the CFE fund with Garfield and Eagle County, and were accepted into their training program, their academy, which really helped give us that structure that we've built. And then we were able to host in August of 2022, Kelly was able to come a 2-day site visit where the CFE fund came, met with, we had more than 70 participants at at various parts of this 2-day event. We met with people from the community, partners in this organization. We were able to get a number of folks who were willing to serve on various advisory boards and subcommittees. So there is a regional advisory board that helps advise how we developed this program. And also the subcommittees were able to help us talk about how we could do fundraising, what the programming needed to look like for our region, because it's not a template we can just apply from a larger city. And then finally, the most recent turn of events was we were able to work with Aspen Community Foundation, and they were able to volunteer to serve as the fiscal agent, because with this being a 3-county venture. The funding streams were going to look a little hard if we didn't have a singular place that could hold those funds for the program. And we're really thankful that the Community Foundation was able to step in and serve in that role. Just real quick here, the core team around getting this project up and running. Like I mentioned, Barbara with the Savings Collaborative, formerly known as La Medici, but then also our partners in Pitkin and Eagle counties. So Sharon Longhurst-Pritt, who's the Garfield County Director of Human Services, Lindsay and myself from Pitkin County, Jill Klosterman, who's the CFO at Eagle County, Kathy Lyons, who actually has recently retired, but we will be having her replacement serving on this as well. And then Barbara and myself act as the primary liaisons with the CFE fund at this time. And I know I've mentioned the CFE fund a million times. We just want to tell you a little bit about who they are. They are an organization out of New York City that was formed during the economic downturn in 2009. And they actually started out as one of the first financial empowerment centers in the country. And then after moved into what they are now, which is a nonprofit that helps design and fund programs, provides technical support to various municipalities, and also helps with establishing these financial empowerment centers across the country. So this is their larger work. As you can see, they're working all across the country. They fund different organizations with grants, over $55 million in grants that have impacted over 75 million residents. This now focuses on their FEC structure that we're talking about. Like I said, they've opened over 30 FECs and they're working with 44 organizations currently. That includes us, have served over 135,000 clients, reduced debt by almost 2 million. And these numbers are from about a year ago, so these have likely gone up, and increased savings by almost $40 million. And you can see on the map there the various communities where they are working. And just a real quick wrap up of what the CFE Fund's been doing with us. So we've been doing the 2-day site visit. They also meet with us on a regular basis to help provide support in the planning. Also held initially advisory board meetings with key partners, and then continue to advise us in how we can move forward. And they've had a lot of experience establishing these in other areas, so their ideas on different funding streams have been really helpful for us to think through this. I don't think the big thing here is we are hoping to submit our implementation proposal, which in order to receive funding from the CFE fund, which is now, it was originally $100,000, is now up to $150,000 in matching funds for what we can raise. We are hoping to submit our implementation proposal to them, which is our project plan, at the end of this year, with our targeted launch in early 2024, getting those financial counselors hired on and get services out to folks. I think our advisory groups, we've spoken to that. We have program design, fundraising, marketing, and outreach. These are all members from the advisory board who help plan these different aspects of the program. The advisory board did come up with some recommendations early on. They did want to see that the local government manager will continue to serve as the coordinator. That would be Pitkin County and myself. And we will also continue to have representatives from each county's human services department on the advisory board moving forward. They also wanted us to, the group decided as a whole that the financial service provider, so the organization, the nonprofit organization housing the counselors and the program, we did put the idea forward that it could be possibly an organization in each county. However, the group decided that one organization made the most sense, and because of the involvement with the project from start to finish, the Savings Collaborative was chosen as that financial service provider. The goal is to have 3 counselors up and running within the initial two-year period. These counselors starting out can do about 500 sessions per year, with up to 600 and 700 in the upcoming years once they have a little bit more experience. These folks are going to meet with people in person, virtually, evening, weekends, throughout all 3 counties. And again, like we said, there's no capital cost for this co-location. There's no new office we're using existing space to meet with people such as libraries, government space, the Colorado Workforce Center, and Holy Cross Energy actually offered some space in their office to meet with customers. So pretty much trying to put people where they feel comfortable to meet with folks, whether that's in person or virtual. We did have to secure at least 8 programmatic partners. I'll have a list here in a minute. I think we're currently at 13 or 15 who've signed letters to participate. Our referrals are going to come from all of our programmatic partners. Like we said, we have over 70 different organizations working through the 3 counties. So we believe that we have a really good funnel to bring folks to this program. Anybody from any organization can make a referral. And then all of the information is going to be tracked and reported using the CFE Funds platform that I mentioned called FECBot, which produces real-time outcome measurable data like we've mentioned here that we can access at any time. Here's that list of those partners who signed letters of support. Pretty big range. These are folks who've just really committed to saying we are going to make sure that we're making referrals to the counselors, and or we are willing to provide space where these people can meet with folks and carry out these counseling sessions. All right, and I did attach the budget in the packet for y'all, but just real quick here, based on the need that we see, there's going to be around $330,000 in the first year and $390,000 in the second year when that third counselor comes on board. Those folks are making a reasonable wage and benefits as well. So we want to make sure that the people providing the financial counseling are themselves making a fair wage. And then let's see, fundraising. There's a number of different funds that we're looking at outside of the possibility of what we're going to talk about today, but there are community reinvestment funds through the banks. We are working with a representative from Alpine Bank who's helping put us in connection with other banks in the area. They have these funds that they need to spend to help folks in the local region. We're hoping that they'll be able to pitch in. We're also working with the Colorado Office of Financial Empowerment and the Denver Office of Financial Empowerment on different state and federal funds that could be used. And then we're also going to be reaching out to our community foundations in the area as well. We do have some funding coming in as well from Garfield and Eagle County through the TANF program. And I'm going to let Ashley talk a little bit about ARPA.
Hi, Ashley Pearl, Community Resiliency Manager. Excuse me. You've heard from me before on the county's ARPA funding. So the manager's office has been aware of the Financial Empowerment Center and the potential to support it from Pickens County. So I did look at the potential for you all to use ARPA funds if you decide to support it financially. And it does fit with the ARPA requirements, so it would qualify as a use of those funds. And I know that the last time we spoke about ARPA, we had talked about, we had kind of reached our 50% mark for childcare, and we're now looking at the rest of it going towards housing. So in the next couple months, we're going to be kind of proposing an ARPA spending strategy to the board so that we don't just piecemeal it anymore, so that you all have a good sense of this is how much is left, and then kind of deliberately move forward. So the first part of that will be, we're going to present some opportunities for you from Christina Gare of the West Mountain Regional Health Alliance. She's going to come and kind of talk about everything from homelessness to permanent supportive housing and the different opportunities there around housing. And then we're going to bring the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition in front of the board with their new director, April Long, and they can kind of talk about all the regional housing opportunities. After those two presentations, I think the board will have a really good sense of kind of all the different places that we could contribute ARPA money or other money towards housing, and then I'll come back to you with like a consolidated recommendation from staff on how you might want to spend ARPA money. So I know that this is not true housing and that it puts a roof over folks' head, but a lot of people do have really big barriers to entry, not just in home ownership, which is, pretty hard in our valley, but rentals. Most landlords run a background check and want a credit check on folks. And if you don't have credit, they're looking at the next renter because they have a huge line of potential renters. So I do think that there's a strong link between a financial empowerment center and getting folks access to the housing that is there. So if the board is interested in supporting the Financial Empowerment Center and you say so today, we're happy to include some element of that in a proposed ARPA spending strategy if that's of interest to you. And just so you know where we stand, we have used, this is on the board, I can just look at it. We started with 4.3 million in a combination of ARPA and local and tribal consistency funds. We have spent it on the child care stipend, the child care maintenance and equipment grant, the Stotts Mill child care contribution, the response shelter contribution, and then paying recovery resources to do some case management at the overnight shelter. So those are our commitments to date, which leaves us at around 1.7, 1.8 million remaining in this fund to use. And as a reminder, it has to be fully assigned by the end of next year, by the end of 2024, and fully spent by the end of 2026. So that's why I want to get back to you all with this strategy. So I just wanted to come and give you a sense of the land because Sam is proposing that if you do want to fund this at any amount, you could look at ARPA funding. And if so, then we can put it in the ARPA budget and present it to you as part of the bigger ARPA picture when we do that. So.
And when are you going to bring the recommendations to us, do you think? After the next 2 meetings, so where does that put us?
It's tricky with budget. So I'm hoping to, and ideally it would be in October, but I'm not sure if I can squeeze in there. So kind of as soon as we can find a spot after the presentation from both the West Mountain coalitions. I recognize that's confusing.
And does the financial empowerment something have a time crunch for needing support at this point?
It's not a mandatory issue. We would like, based on the work we've been doing and the time we've spent, we'd like to try to launch this in early 2024. So it'd be nice to have funding committed at least for the first year, towards November at the latest, just so we have that time and space to bring those folks on board that are going to need to be hired.
And in order to launch it, you need $350,000 total. Around
the
there?
first year's budget is around $330,000. Granted, that could come in throughout the year, but we do need to front load those positions of the manager and then the 2 counselors to get them up and running and get them trained.
That's just coming from Pickens County. What about Garfield and Eagle?
Well, right. So we're not asking Pickens County to fund this at 100%. I think. Right. So we are proposing that Pickens County fund this at 125 for 2 years. And where we're really at is we'd really like to get some money on the table to help bring along some of these partners who are kind of waiting. We've got we mentioned the Community Reinvestment Act funds, as well as our community foundations as well. So we're really trying to get this startup money on the table so we can get the project rolling and get that matching funding from the CFE fund up front. That'll help us get off the ground pretty quickly.
Yeah, I know Barbara's been working on this for a long time. Kelly?
Well, I think Patty had, and
Just
I
let
have
me
something.
just finish. I think this is a great program. I have another suggestion, which I'll take after budget and bring that up. But, without knowing, we only have so much money to spread so thin. So, I think the idea of bringing us back the ARPA funds and with ideas and suggestions for us to see, like you're saying, no piecemealing, that's great. I think that's what we really need to do. And with budget coming up, this is a budget thing for me. So, and I know there's a time crunch because I saw you want to start in 2024, but it's just, we are doing so much right now. We're stretching our dollars thin, our staff thin, our energy thin. And so I'd really like to see the bigger picture. I'm glad it's not 300,000. I think we can probably absorb 125,000, but not knowing what the other priorities might be with ARPA funds, there's only so much, and we still have some time to. Who knows what's going to come up in 2024?
Kelly?
Yeah. I think the ARPA fund is really appropriate for this. I think, again, like these monies were given to us from the federal government to, I think, really help people in sort of dire economic consequence and communities avoid dire economic consequence due to realities and unknowns of the pandemic, and had this center be prepped to launch in September of 2020, I think we would have funded it right then at whatever amount with this money, because of its direct assistance to people in trying to stabilize their economic lives. So, you know, I'm fine if the whole board wants to see the whole ARPA picture, but I think that this is like really at the heart of what the intent of this money should be used for. And Steve has his hand up.
How do you know?
Because it's like right at the top.
Oh, I see.
I didn't see
Steve.
Thank you. I also would favor using ARPA funds for this. I think that's really a good use for the ARPA funds. We do need to use the ARPA funds up by a certain time, and we don't want to wait till the end and all of a sudden have money we don't put to good use. This would be putting it to good use. In my SAPCA committee, the Strategic Action Planning Group on Aging, one of our main recommendations was to work on financial literacy for older Americans. So many of them end up destitute when they get old. They never did learn how to handle money. They got into financial straits because of medical costs or whatever, and so many people end up poor when they get old. But the solution to that is not just to teach old people how to deal with their money, but to start when people are younger, even as early as high school. And I would hope that we could have some outreach, even have the financial counselors giving classes at the high school level, I think would be appropriate for this kind of activity. Because the earlier people can start and gain financial literacy, the better off they're going to be later in their life. So it's really not just for any one age group, but for all age groups really need this help. So I would hope that the program, you know, that the counselors giving the aid to people could reach out to the older Americans through the senior center and to high schoolers through the high school and give some classes or, you know, one or two time classes on financial literacy. So I'm really glad to see this, Sam. This is a great program. Thanks.
Anybody else?
I would just say, I'll add that I agree completely with what Steve said, and I was about to add in that it'd be great if the high school or CMC even were offering this. Anecdotally, I just dropped my daughter at college last weekend, and one of the questions I had for the dean was like, what are you teaching these kids about financial literacy? Is that in the program anywhere? And I think that it's not always an obvious thing. It's like it's not always included, while perhaps it ought to be. So I would certainly support doing this, and I'd love to see it in the ARPA fund mix. Thanks.
But Kelly, it sounded like you were ready to say, let's just do it now and not wait another 6 weeks or whatever.
I think so. I mean, I'm not sure I would prioritize this very highly, and I'd like us to put our demonstration of support out so that the rest of the money can start to come together.
What were the deadlines again? We have to spend it by 2026, but we have to allocate it through, so we have another whole year to allocate.
You have a whole another year to allocate it,
Yeah.
but in some instances that means getting it off of our books. So in this case, you would sign a contract or some sort of agreement
right.
with Aspen Community
'Cause
Foundation.
we're whittling down that 4 million, so we're not gonna have a lot left to allocate really in 2024. That's my concern without looking at the whole picture. And I think the school, maybe CMC, already does do some kind of literacy for their students. And I thought the senior center through Northwest Cog, through Vintage or something, does some kind of program with seniors. So I'll look into both. I mean, I'll look into the one with Vintage. But the other thing is, are we reaching out to the detainees at our facilities?
That is part of the partnership that we are, going to be working on.
So if we need any support for that, because I think that would be a key issue for us. If we're going to reach out to those in need of financial wherewithal, that's a good place for us to start.
Well, and I like the idea that this is like seed money for a spin-off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like ultimately, like the CFE is not going to be part of our budget and is not going to like rely
Well,
on.
we hope.
You know, right? We hope.
We hope, but we need, like you said, we need to show others who we might be able to rally financial support from that, you know. But I don't want people to say, well, Pickens County's been paying for it, why should we? Because then it works against us rather than for us. So
Right. We're hoping that
I'm just trying to be fiscally responsible with the rest of the
Right.
monies that we have and all the needs that just keep coming forward to us, because we've got more coming. They're lining up.
Yeah, and sustainability has been at the front of these discussions since the beginning. Really, I think the hope is that these first 2 years are going to show through the data that this is effective, that it's having the impact that we hope it will, that it has in other communities. And at that point, that's going to be really helpful to us when this group goes out, not Pickens County, the group goes out to look for funding through grants, through other philanthropic organizations, because we don't want this to depend on the counties only to fund this.
Right. We need to make that
Well,
clear.
I don't think that we're going to make much headway in our housing budget with ARPA funds. And this is kind of like, feed a man a fish, he'll eat for a day, and then teach him how to fish. You know what I'm talking about. So that is what this is about. This is like helping people become stable and find their own housing, which is way beyond providing housing. I mean, it's a whole nother concept. And so I'd be up for not waiting till we've seen everything. It's not a very big ask.
Well, we've got another letter looming in our midst about another.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
We have a lot of letters. I mean,
I know we have
quite a
like
few
I said,
right
they're
now.
lined up right outside that door.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to try and be fair with everybody who might be in need of funds. But I agree that if it's key to getting people into housing, that they have something to back up their financial wherewithal to pay their rent. And first, last, and that is not cheap, and deposit is not easy for people to do.
Well, if we decided not to wait and to go ahead, what would that take?
So far, you all have expressed support for how you use ARPA funds at a work session, and then we allocate them during a supplemental process. So I think if we can do it a couple different ways. If your goal is to put it out there in the world that you're supporting this, I think that you can say that there today, and there's kind of a commitment. It's not formal, made here today, and then Sam can go out and share that information, and then we can kind of do the logistics of actually transferring the funds kind of more behind the scenes. So that would
go
be
through supplemental. Connie's putting it together right now.
yeah. So we can worry about the formalities of actually getting the money out the door. I think it sounds like you all, if you're leaning towards doing that sooner than later, it's to publicly say that you're doing this to draw in additional funders. So I think you can do that here, and then we can worry about the formalities behind the scenes. That will be the same if we come to you in what I hope will be October, but could realistically be November with ARPA. You'll kind of give us a nod of approval of which of the items you want to spend it on, and then we'll go and sometimes build stuff out a bit further or do the formalities of transferring the funds.
And my recommendation would be at this point, if you all wanted to support it, to, again, as Ashley said, making it public. I know Connie's working on Q3 right as we speak. And so my recommendation is, based on the timing, that we could pull it all into Q4 with the entire ARPA piece. But then, again, you're giving Sam the nod today on your direction.
Grab a child from a bus.
Make sure it's your.
Sorry, yeah.
Any child, you're just gonna grab a child off the bus?
Just anyone? I hope he's nice and polite.
Is that enough for you?
So just to confirm,
I
is
know, it's
the
a little
board
confusing right now.
giving, is the board in agreement of allocating earmarking?
You have a majority.
That's what I need to hear.
I support it, I just.
Yeah, okay.
You want to make sure we're doing everything, and I know, or considering
I'm-
everything.
I just had a question
We're
finally, just
stretching ourselves pretty thin
regarding the
here.
financial oversight. The funds come in, you're managing the fund and managing the program from our end. And then who else was with you on that?
So we have the financial counseling provider, which is the Savings Collaborative. They will essentially house the program within their organization. And yes, I will be, as the government lead, checking in with them to make sure that everything's going along with the budget. We'll have a contract with them in place through Aspen Community Foundation, who will release the funds, the collected funds, to them as it's billed out.
Got it. So there's plenty of oversight.
We're giving Sam in kind. Not that he doesn't have a lot to do already, but 30% of your time?
20.
20?
Did you say 0.2%?
40?
2%?
Yeah,
Or 20%
I'll
of
be
your
very effective with
FTE?
my time, yes. I don't remember the exact number I put in there for the
20%.
FTE, but that also includes some help from our financial analysts, our program analyst who would be doing some data work. So we have a few members of the
You've got-
Human Services Department who will be dedicating some time in kind
Just
to
don't want
this.
him coming back asking for more staff.
Well, you've got contingency fund in there too. You've got some wiggle room, it seems. Just as long as we have the oversight is all I was concerned about.
Yeah, so there will be a contract with the provider that outlines exactly what they're going to be providing. The advisory group will be having input on that so that everybody involved is making sure they're getting out of it what they anticipated.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Sam.
Go for it.
Exciting. Moving forward.
All right, we're going to keep moving. Now we're only 20 minutes behind, so we're not taking a break. You just take a break as you need them.
This should be easy. This
this
is the
is-
easy one, right?
What?
This one is the joint meeting, right?
This is a prep for the joint meeting. And go for it.
All right, I'll jump in. Others can jump in. So for the joint meeting is on February. I'm sorry, September 19th. And so
Which is a busy day.
Yeah, it is a very busy day. And there is an item there on future agendas I want to talk to you about for the morning. But for the joint meeting, there's a couple of updates that the city is requesting and just wanted to talk through with all of you. First and foremost, just circling back on the joint housing meeting that we had. Right now, staff is not able to do a report out. Diane is out on medical leave for items, and so there isn't really staff there. And so we will come back at a future time to circle back on the joint housing meeting. But what was discussed was a wildfire collaborative update. There's new staff there, and that they would come, and then an update on the airport, similar to what you all saw during the Town of Snowmass Village presentation.
Which
So we
is
gonna have a
really
nice
interesting for
dinner?
Aspen and really boring for us. I'm just saying, just sit through that presentation again.
Maybe it'll have some new info for us.
What?
Maybe they'll have some new info for us.
Maybe. I don't
doubt
think
it,
so.
but
I think it'll be pretty much
We
the
should at least have
same.
dinner like we did with Snowmass. That makes that meeting so much better.
Yes, it was
The
much
communication
friendlier.
between the electeds and
I think
staff.
that's what we should do with Basalt. I wrote to John about that or maybe it was you, and you said you were
Yeah, I've been
setting up
trying to do one
Basalt.
with, I've talked to the
Bill?
town, yeah, Bill Kane.
Bill Kane.
A while ago, and we just never got to it.
Plus, there's great restaurants in Basalt. So I'm just concerned about that we're going to this meeting and we're going to be sitting through 2/3 of it, hearing what we just heard.
Rather than us having staff present it just to them in one of their meetings, is that kind of what?
Well, I don't know what the alternative is. I just am concerned that there's not much give and take here at all.
Well, the Wildfire Collaborative will be new to all of you. Well, not new, right? But this really is kind of came out of one of your joint meetings, and there's new staff.
I just
so.
went to the welfare meeting, so.
Well,
So
new to
that-
4 of you.
Wildfire Collaborative and Airport were the two
That-
items.
yeah.
We don't think
Yeah.
we can fit anything else in.
I think that would be the discussion of what are there other items.
Well, one of the things that's going to come back that we're going to want to discuss with the city is going to be REMP. And CORE has been proposing that, and I think.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you
REMP.
said.
REMP.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna make
Future
a
of- the
2-hour
future of
meeting.
REMP.
It's only a 2-hour meeting, right?
Yeah.
So it might be we're piling too much on, don't want to put too much in, but that's something we've been requesting, conversation on. So maybe that's not the time, but that'll be next.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we start that day at 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But if it's only 2 hours, why are we even, we've already overstuffed it.
We go straight
We'll
through.
never even get to the airport if we talk fire, or we'll never get to the fire if we talk airport.
We'll work on it.
Who's going to be presenting on the fire collaborative? Is that what it's called? Fire
It's the
prevention
new
collaborative?
staff person whose name is
Ally Hammond.
yeah, Ally.
Oh, are you kidding me?
What, you got a problem with Ally? You better call
No,
her
no,
up.
no,
I'll
I
have her
think I
call
just
you.
heard her whole presentation at that fire meeting, but she, I really like her. I think she's doing a good job, but.
You've
You
already
should
heard
skip.
it.
What?
You don't have
Skip
to
it.
be there. You could just
Skip
go
it?
fishing.
That would be rude. I'll just
Who knows? They
snore.
may have more info. They may have more new info for us that I don't know about.
I mean, I don't know if the city councilors will hear this, but I've heard some APSHA board members have inquired if we wanted to have a joint conversation about APSHA and APSHA's work plan, because since we both separately approve it and the budget. So I don't know if there's
No, that's
interest
a
in putting
5-hour
that on the
meeting.
list. It could replace something else.
I don't think we could do it in an hour.
Yeah.
But that, we do need to do that.
I think we could do that in an hour. The APCHIP work plan?
With 10 elected officials at the table?
Well,
maybe not that many.
Does Haspin have any requests for topic?
Those were the two when John and Sarah discussed them. Those were the two items that
It's
came up.
funny, but I can't help but feel like they're choosing safe topics rather than, there's a whole litany of topics out there
We
could
should
talk
be
about.
discussing the entrance to Aspen.
Maybe we
right?
should be discussing that and maybe
Traffic.
the airport.
I would much
and
rather
the
hear about the entrance to Aspen
Burlingame.
Than the airport?
Because I know they've made some changes. They don't have this, I know they're not working with the same preferred.
Well, they came to us and did that presentation, and now the profile has changed.
Yes,
right?
exactly. So I'd be interested in that. I mean, it's fairly compelling for everybody.
We could probably do the airport in half an hour and they could.
Yeah, we present the airport and they present the entrance to
Yeah,
Aspen.
I'm up for that.
And let's throw in the lumberyard.
I'm only staying till
parking lot.
6 o'clock. Let's just get it. We're gonna have a long day.
You
guys.
always say that, but.
I know, and I never leave, but you know what?
That's
When
right.
I get to a meeting on time, I want to leave a meeting on time. That doesn't always
Well,
work.
I like meeting with Aspen, so I don't care if we go a little late, but I just don't want to sit and listen for an hour to the same airport presentation.
I'll add the other two items to be discussed.
Well, we
You'll
don't
talk
have
to
enough
Sarah.
time.
Not to be discussed at the meeting for John and Sarah to work
I
through
think we
with.
should have the APSHA meeting the same time we do the housing meeting, maybe. We'll do another special board retreat on housing in between budget.
So you're going to present this to Sarah, and she's going to go to the city council, or did they even
I'm
have a
going to
meeting?
share it back with Sarah and John because John will get back.
And they'll say.
They'll circle
something.
back with probably you and Tori and finalize.
Because when is it? It's the 19th?
The 19th.
And you had something else on the 19th, though?
I know, but.
Sorry, what's that?
You had something else on the 19th?
A board retreat.
Yeah. Oh, are we really doing that?
Yeah.
Just,
I ordered coffee and pastries for you guys, so you don't have to run around looking for coffee. How's that?
You ordered it?
I ordered it through Charlotte.
For what?
For the 19th?
For the board retreat.
Where is that? Is that here?
So that is one of the open discussion topics. Or
You don't want me to
future
bake?
Let's, do we need to talk more about City of Aspen meeting? Let's move on to future agendas.
Okay.
And let's start with that.
agendas. Okay, so let's start with
Steve
that
has
one.
his hand up, sorry.
Hi,
He's
hi,
waving at
Steve. Good thing you waved.
Hi, I'm here. I think the entrance to Aspen, as it relates to the airport and the lumberyard project, and getting the bikes from Brush Creek Park and Ride to the airport, all of those are tied together. It's a full day transportation meeting is what we need, but I think we should devote part of the meeting to planning our strategy on how we're going to approach the decision-making part of the entrance to Aspen issue. And I would rather spend time doing that than going over the same things that we keep going over. For instance, the entrance to Aspen issue is really tied to the wildfire issue. How are we going to get people out of town if there is a wildfire that enters town?
That's a really good point.
Well, you should have come to the meeting
can't-
last
we
week at
can't
the
do
fire
it.
station.
We can't do it right now. Aspen would be totally
burned up,
screwed by the huge traffic
That's not
jam,
gonna
and
happen
people
with
would
the new
end up
entrance.
dying if we don't solve the transportation part of it. So that's my 2 bits on that.
You got that, Kara? Tie it to the fire thing? That's a great idea, Steve.
Well, they discussed that at length at the fire station meeting. And it was pretty much determined that it's ugly, and even with the new entrance, there's still an issue, a problem, because of the closure of the section from Cemetery Lane to the roundabout.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, that was the discussion that wasn't a BOCC meeting. I wish I could have been there. I couldn't be there, but
You can pull it up.
maybe we need a rehash of the conclusions they talked about there at our joint meeting.
Though I do wonder if something relevant, like what is the current evacuation plan? Like, should we be talking about like community drills? Like, where are the shelter in place?
That was all discussed at the meeting, which
You
is,
know,
you
we
can
weren't
pull it
there,
up and watch
so-
it.
Nobody was there but you.
great
I
that
know,
you
no,
were
but I'm
there,
saying,
but we
but they've
weren't.
taped it, and you can pull it up and watch it. And the county does have an evacuation plan, and they're working with one with the city on places to shelter people in town, which was new information, it was good information. But the bottom line was, it's ugly no matter how you look at it. The main thing was people need to take responsibility for themselves now. Get your bags ready, have your own evacuation plan, your own contingency plan. Those are things people can do for themselves. And should be doing, should have done.
Yeah, that's
We wanna
always
hear
the
it anyway.
case.
I know she got it. She can leave. You can go out and have a drink during the time while we're hearing about it.
I'll go with you.
You know, everybody in the room will probably get up and go with me. You can sit there and listen to it.
Okay, what's next?
Future agendas, the 19th.
So the 19th. Funny segue. So as you all are. Oh,
Rich has his hand up.
oh,
Sorry, he's
sorry.
been waving at
Go
us.
ahead, Rich.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just going to mention on the airport, the 21st, we're actually meeting with the task force that's going to start looking at the multimodal connection, and that's 2 days after that meeting. So it may be a little premature to talk about the transportation link, but we could certainly do the presentation that we have on an update to the airport. We can count something for that.
I wonder if we should move this joint meeting till a future date.
You know, the city's been asking for an airport update for some time. They feel that they've been left out of the loop, and so, that they've really had no say, so.
Well, Sarah was at every meeting.
But she couldn't vote. That's what I asked her. She'd been at every meeting,
Yeah,
and she
I know.
said, but
That's
she
what she
couldn't vote.
says.
I know, but Clint didn't care.
I know.
She was ex officio,
That
that's
was
how it works.
inappropriate.
So we could shorten the airport presentation maybe a little bit, Cara, and try to add in at least discussion about how we're going to decide about the entrance to Aspen, and a little bit, I wouldn't mind hearing what the evacuation plan is.
Okay.
We could probably all hear it several times so that we know it, just in case I'm working up here that day.
No, it's pretty simple. So it wouldn't take long to hear it.
Run away.
Ally did it in half an hour. Gave her presentation.
Float in the river. Get your boat out and get in the river.
Okay. All right.
19th morning.
19th morning. So as you all are aware, there is a construction project right now. They're anticipating 60 to potentially 90-minute delays.
How many minutes?
60 to 90-minute delays.
Oh, great, because John originally had told me 4 to 5 hours. And I was like, how could that be?
Oh, no. I have not heard that one unless John
It's a
has something
text,
more.
I'll show it to you.
So obviously you do have the joint meeting, but the question was, did you want to consider having the budget retreat offsite at the airport operations center?
Then I get stuck in the traffic.
How about
going out.
basalt?
Then I get stuck in the traffic going out of town.
But this was just the discussion we wanted to have of, do you want to still try and keep it in here? Or do you want to look at moving it out to the AOC, recognizing you still would be moving into
So you
town?
still have to go to Buttermilk?
Then we all get stuck in
So
the
we
traffic.
all wait as from the ABC to Buttermilk. So it's not really that bad from Buttermilk in. Well, I don't know what it's gonna be like. I don't know. If the problem is on Main Street, I don't know.
That's where the problem is.
Should we be considering moving the next 2 weeks of meetings?
And that was kind of the follow-up then was, do you want to move the next 2 weeks or still have them here in town?
I mean, I got, usually have to bring a kid into town anyway most days.
But do you go to Basalt first or Aspen first?
It depends on the day with my husband. One of us goes one way.
Well, maybe
one
one
of
of
us goes
you,
the other.
maybe.
I won't be
go to
coming,
Basalt.
So,
I'm not gonna go the other way and get stuck.
but you're going opposite of traffic, so you would be leaving town.
But I think
in
the whole road
morning
is closed.
To
I think the whole
go
road is
down
closed.
Valley for a meeting, which is
Well-
very different than
You're making a lot of ultimatums. this
everyone who
afternoon.
Well, I
has to
just-
come
you know,
for
this
these
is- this is our
presentations.
meeting
Take a
for
bus, we have a
meetings.
raft bus that works
Well,
so
I'm gonna have to
beautifully.
do something with my dog, cause it's gonna be a 12-hour day, and
Tell them
I,
it's an assistance dog.
do whatever you want and I'll figure it out.
I do think it doesn't make any sense for Greg and Steve and Kelly and me to all come into, and Kara, and Rich, and John. You're the only
And
one
the
who lives in
public.
Aspen.
And
Well,
whoever's
I'm sorry, I'm the
presenting.
only one who lives in Aspen, but this
So
is our
for all
county
the rest
seat right
of us
here.
to come into Aspen
Fine, you guys move
when
the
we're
meeting
telling
wherever
everybody
you
else to
want.
stay home.
Woody
not-
Creek Tavern.
You can move
So-
it wherever you want to
There's a
accommodate
really
what
cool
you guys
meeting.
need.
Used to be a really cool meeting room at Woody Creek.
So
Do they
one
still
of the
have it?
things that we've done
was
for all of the departments was similar to what we did last year during the Castle Creek Bridge and kind of the reopening plan, which is we're asking departments to have limited staffing, but we are not changing the hours of operation for this building. So those public facing, we've talked to like clerk and recorder, others are just flexing their staff time, but we're maintaining the hours that are here. And so I think the question is, or the thought for the board was that you all could have more hybrid options during that time, except for recognizing that we wanted everyone in person for that budget retreat.
And you have to come back into town to go to the joint meeting with the city.
At the end of the day.
Where's the joint meeting with the city? We host it, right?
I believe that's correct.
They could come to the tavern also.
If they still had the meeting room at the tavern, that would be great, but I did several workshops in that meeting room. It was beautiful.
We don't meet before next Tuesday. Has there been any investigation of?
Of other locations?
Yes.
The most we got was waiting to have this discussion to see if we should look at the AOC as a meeting room. Meeting
Sure, I would.
location.
I'd support that.
Nope. Sorry, other one.
Watch out, everything's gonna crash.
Do we need to have access
Plug her in
to
quickly.
making it Zoom and public and everything?
For the retreat, it would just be Zoom, which is what we've done for other retreats. We'd have the Zoom option, but we would not have, and I think
Grassroots.
the grassroots, we would still probably want some level of management in here, so it could be on grassroots.
So what time is the meeting with Aspen?
4 o'clock.
4 to 6.
So the outbound traffic will be terrible. There'll be a lot of inbound traffic too, people who live in Aspen, but
But on
Work from
the 19th, we have the board retreat, and then we go to, at 1 o'clock, we start here with staff updates, response coming in for money, supportive and transitional housing update, and then we have our regular meeting, and then we go to City of Aspen meeting, so, and we can't grassroots from the airport, right?
well, maybe, I mean, we don't know where the traffic's gonna be. My guess is it's gonna back up to the airport.
Beyond.
And it'll
And
be stopped, I think.
Have
that's
we
the
asked
problem.
Nomads Village if there are rooms available?
So we
for any of
can-
these meeting dates?
Why don't you all look at that, and then we can look at exploring other locations.
what are we gonna look at?
We will look at exploring other places for grassroots in addition to the AOC and come back to you all next week. And we'll have a better idea of how the construction
And are you
delays-
talking only about the 19th, the morning of the 19th?
I think the thought is on the 19th is we were still trying to have everyone in person for that mini retreat. The others was, maybe more of the hybrid virtual that we've done in the
So
past.
we're not talking about moving any of the other meetings out of this room?
Right, correct.
But we could.
We could have them all out there.
We are trying to keep some in here. But we can explore.
We have a lot of
very
here.
happy that you're thinking about this and I don't have to.
He's done.
I'm not finding this to be a very productive conversation. If I don't hear that we're giving direction to Kara to try and move the 12th, the 13th, and the 19th
We're trying to get to that point.
elsewhere, so.
So would you, the thought was that we were wanting to still keep those meetings here, but encourage more of the virtual options like we did during COVID and the Castle Creek Bridge. And that really what we're talking about is finding a location for the mini retreat where all 5, recognizing more would be virtual for other meetings.
Okay, so
But
we
then
have,
Kelly brought up, should we move other meetings? So
Right.
let's just make a decision on that. Should we move other meetings other than the retreat?
On the 13th, we have 5 land use items.
Correct. And I have chatted, it seems to be a mix right now of those who would be planning to be in person versus virtual.
Really?
Mhm.
I mean, I think we could do work sessions somewhere else. We probably should have our regular session here.
There have
is
to be
my
where we
thought.
have grassroots, though. So we're
that's why
limited.
I suggested town of Sonoma.
AOC doesn't have grassroots.
I thought they did. Does the AOC have grassroots?
No, AOC does not have grassroots.
Okay, so what do you think, Greg, about the other meetings?
I think that I'm happy with whatever happens. I can be there.
What do you think, Steve?
I will be wherever the meeting is also. If we did something a little farther down valley for our 9 o'clock budget thing, and then plan on being in Aspen for 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock meetings without too much travel time. But if we have the meeting in Aspen, I will get there somehow. September traffic is going to be really very, very difficult because of the Smith Bridge construction, and I'm not sure when the Main Street paving project, that's going to slow things down immensely also.
Starts the 11th.
So staff will look over this week and get back to all of you if there is any options, but we're hearing definitely keep the regular session here, and then we will.
There is the office in Basalt. I mean, the conference room isn't big, but it's big enough for us.
Doesn't have grassroots.
Right, it could work potentially for the retreat, but we would want grassroots for the other regular work session meetings.
Yeah, I'm just, if we're being told 60-90-minute delays during the day, I don't know how we're gonna get from wherever we are
to wherever we
at
need to be.
12:05 to 1 o'clock,
Boston bicycle.
to butts and seats at 1 o'clock in this room on the 19th.
And have lunch.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's no drive-throughs.
Yeah, that does seem. Is it just for rush hour they're predicting this, or all day, the delays? Do we have any information on that?
The last I heard was the 60 to 90 minute was anticipated during the rush hour. I don't know if that is consistent all day or not.
I know what we do. We ask the city to start later on the 19th.
Well, I'm going to ride the bus no matter what, so, I'm okay with anything really.
Okay.
Because there's no way I'm driving.
Maybe I'll bring my tent and go camp up on Independence Pass side the night before, and then I can miss the traffic
That
coming into
sounds
town
good.
from the
I think they're
down
doing
valley.
construction up there too, aren't they?
Paved striping. I sat behind a big rig cab, going 15 miles an hour
Oh,
over
the
the pass
path.
yesterday.
Just tell us what to do.
Okay. We will explore and we will circle back.
I think that's where we are.
Okay,
Tell
thank
us
you.
what to do.
Eventually, I could get around it, but.
Okay.
There's more.
What about, it's about future agendas? What else is coming up?
I would like to see a presentation about the ALP process to us. I feel like I go look at other airports and it's like, what is an ALP? What does an ALP do? What are the steps? What are the, you know? And I think we should have that conversation.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like we've been inundated with that discussion over the last
Really?
couple of
I have
years.
zero, like, what exactly goes on it? Who advises us? What are the deadlines for decisions? Yeah, all that.
We could have Dan do a brief. Wouldn't take very long.
Rich is back. Is he waving at us?
Let's do it.
We can arrange that.
Let's do it on the 19th in the car on the way back up from Basalt.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Anything that you need to tell us about future agendas besides?
I have a couple. So just a reminder, the joint meeting with Lake County is going to be on September 26th. That's, I believe, traveling at 12:30, and we do have a couple items in the morning.
Did you say traveling at 12:30?
Yeah.
We leave here at 12:30?
We don't have lunch till 2:30, so bring snacks.
So just want to make sure you all were aware of that. and
What
saw
day
that.
is of the week?
September 26th.
What day of the week is that?
Tuesday.
And I'm gonna throw a curveball at you because that's an ACRA meeting day. And I have not been able to attend the last two, so I'm gonna be attending the ACRA meeting. And our day starts at 10, so I will be, ACRA meeting is 8:30 to anywhere from 10:30 to 11.
We'll wait for you.
Yeah, so we're not technically supposed to schedule stuff. With Michael Owsley, we didn't schedule anything early in the morning on the ACRA meeting days, which are the last Tuesdays of the month.
26th.
And then
Oh, we do have a meeting the next day.
Yeah.
the other item
But
is
just keep in mind lunches until 2:30.
looking at, we're looking at joint meeting days with Basalt, and is wondering if the BOCC is available on October 10th after the work session. October 10th is also Picken County Cares in the morning.
And then we go to Basalt till,
It would be a similar afternoon.
what time do we start that day?
It's usually like 9, isn't
Yeah.
it? We do like 2 hours of awards,
Yeah.
a little ceremony.
It will be 12 hours.
October 10th?
October 10th.
Joint meeting with Basalt. That's
And we have a
fine.
meeting the next day after that too.
Yep. And then we are looking at dates for Eagle County, and we'll circle
But
back.
that joint meeting will be in Basalt, right?
Correct.
With dinner.
I will double check that. I'll make it, add it to the request.
City does never give us dinner. They don't even give us snacks.
See, I think we should make the city.
What time did you say it was?
Sit in the traffic to come to our joint meeting.
I think they were looking at that same 4 to 6 that you have been doing, but I will confirm.
4? This is a short meeting today and it's 3:47 right now. How are we ever going to get there at 4 o'clock?
I'm sure Charlotte knows much more planning than I have. I'll confirm.
Especially since we start at 9 with Picken County Cares. It's gonna be a long day. But we're up for it. We'll be home with my dog.
I don't think 4 is possible unless they come here, and it would be nice to go down there for a change.
Actually, we've always gone down there for our joint meetings. They've never come up here.
I've never had a meeting with Basalt.
Well, in the past, we used to have with them all the time, and they were always down in Basalt.
That is all I have for future agendas.
All right.
Thank you.
I have a few
Well
things.
done. Thanks for hanging in there.
I have more.
Can I ask Mike?
Yeah.
I have a question. On the 19th, which is a long day, on the 26th, no, on the 13th for our regular meeting, we have 5 land use items on that day, just to give you guys a heads up. It's a long one. But we have an MOU with the Forest Service regarding Thompson Divide. Does anybody know what that's about? The first I've heard of it.
When is it?
On the 13th. Item number 7 is an MOU with the U.S. Forest Service regarding Thompson Divide.
I think it's just those,
I haven't heard, I don't know
Do we
anything
need to
about
have exec related to it?
I know that we can check with the attorney's office. I know that Laura's been kind of engaged in
Yeah,
that
I'd just like to have a
process,
heads up as to what that is.
Okay.
And if it's a big day, maybe we could push it.
What, on the
let me just
13th?
find it. 13th.
I think the stuff is gonna go
13th is
faster than we
insane.
think on some of
The
those.
13th, 5 land use items, guys, is,
Well, one's been,
I know, but the Redstone
No, no,
pasture is, we've discussed it 3 times. It's approving the resolution.
yeah, but I've
yeah,
made
I
some
don't
changes to the
think that's a
resolution.
big deal.
Okay.
What day did you say that was? I'm sorry, I keep.
Emma Fields is gonna take
Oh,
a
it's
while.
on the 13th.
Valley View Ajax may take a while. I don't know what this can, yeah, you're right. These may take a while.
Just to give you guys a heads up.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be long. That Laura's presenting it, so I don't think it's.
I just don't know, I just like a heads up I've never heard about it. So just let me know, or I'll talk to Laura.
Okay.
Everybody looks at their phones, not me ringing.
Just a reminder to you guys that starting on the 29th, the next 5 Fridays, I think, I'm doing the Hearst Leadership thing with Aspen Institute. So if we can not schedule things, most of them are shorter, but the 29th and then the last one are all day. And then
They're on
the
Fridays?
October ones are just mornings. So.
Did you say
we
they're-
have field
We may
trips
need
and
to
stuff.
coordinate like CCI, if there's any.
Yeah.
Of those. I'm planning to go down on the 6th.
On the 6th, I saw that form, I signed it today for the,
6th of October?
whatever that meeting's
October.
called. And Steve's going also, right? Steve, you're going down on the 6th? Yeah, just CCI? Yeah. So,
Yes, I'm planning on being there.
so are they in session yet?
No.
No,
When do they go in session?
it's like the second
January?
or third Tuesday of January.
Yeah, okay.
January to May, right?
Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, so, anything else on future agendas then? Okay.
Just a heads up on our meeting on October 17th, a work session. I will be either in Albuquerque or on the way there, and I will be zooming in from unknown location at this point. I'm going to try to get to a real good spot,
Okay.
but just to give a heads up on that.
Which date was that?
17th.
October 17th.
Right.
October 17th.
And I'm going to be out that
We're
week.
going on babysitting duty to Albuquerque.
And Greg, you'll be out that
And
week?
you'll be
gone
gone
the
that week.
13th, the week of the 13th. to
Oh,
the-
that's right. I have an opportunity to go in the Grand Canyon, and it's that same time.
So, Kelly, you and I are running the show. Bye, you
I
guys.
probably won't be able to go. I probably won't go.
You
but
need
just-
to go. You've missed your other
I
vacation.
know, I love it down there, but it's a.
Why don't we all go?
Steve
It's a
Steve will be
16-day
at the
trip.
meeting. He just said he's zooming.
Well,
Yeah, so
but
exactly.
you know how
we can figure out what's
technology is.
on
He's
the-
hoping to be in a
Yeah.
good place.
It's a 16-day trip, though.
16?
Yeah,
Oh, jeez.
I know. Probably
I think we
won't
should all go. I'll go.
go. Okay, that's it for future agendas. Now we're going to move on to board discussion.
I have one really funny one. I'll have to ask you guys.
Do you have anything?
I have,
You can start. I'll say.
do you want me to start? Okay, maybe you should end with it.
Isn't that protocol?
You have
for everyone
permission to
starts?
start.
Okay. You already got the CCI legislative designee, you signed that?
I signed it, done.
Okay. So the other thing is the response letter. You were all saw a copy of that. So the question for you is, would you like to discuss and approve it today, or as you saw, it is on future agendas for
This
the
is-
19th. So the request,
No, it's not on the night. Yeah, it is.
What
on
are
the
we talking
19th.
about?
the
The response
letter
shelter?
the response shelter.
They want another 250,000.
Yep. So when they first came to you, they requested 500, and you all gave them 250,000. So they're coming for the additional 250,000.
Which we told them to do if they needed it.
Right. Which these would be last dollars in. This is coming not necessarily from ARPA, it's the LACTIV funds, which is where you've been funding all of the response stuff. So there is the 250,000. So it's up to the board if you want to have response come in and give the formal request, or if you want to.
So you're saying the money's there?
But we asked them to show us what to use the money to get other donors.
They did, yeah.
So, but I don't want Eagle County pitch in.
Yeah.
Well, my concern is the building the whole thing on stilts, when nothing else in Basalt is built on stilts. Why did they
'Cause they're
have
in
to
the
build on
floodplain.
stilts? It just seems so random to me. It's in the same place where all the buildings are on the ground.
The other buildings are existing, this is a new structure going into the new FEMA floodplain.
I know it's a new structure. I still think it's weird. I think it's an incredible added
Bring it up
expense.
at the joint meeting with
Basalt. Yeah.
Let's bring it up with Basalt.
Not basalt, it's
Say, we're a major
FEMA.
funder in here.
It's just that it adds so much to the cost. It's unbelievable. It just is.
Let's go to FEMA and ask them to pay for it.
Yeah, really.
Sounds like response should come in on the 19th and give you kind of an update of where they are. What's
Are they on
been
the
in-
schedule for the 19th?
Yep.
Yep, they're already.
Yes,
scheduled.
I think they should come in.
Okay.
That's a significant amount of money.
Yes, it is.
But I'm not that they don't have a worthy cause and not like, but, you know, they got 4 million. I just can't remember the whole budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are my only. Now we can.
Okay, Patty, let's hear your funny one.
All right. The wild and scenic river designation, the yard sign.
Oh, yes, I've heard about this. So.
Why is there a raised fist on the yard sign?
It's supposed to be a unity fist.
Well, I'm hearing from people that I'm trying to hand out signs who take it in a whole different direction.
Yeah, I know. It's like the sign on top of propaganda pie.
So I talked with Lisa McDonald, and she said this was the first draft of yard signs, and they will modify that the second printing around, if you guys are okay with that.
Really?
She has her
That's
hand
what she said
raised
to me.
on here right now. If you look at the top.
Oh, there's Lisa. How did she know I was going to bring this up? So I don't know.
She didn't. I don't know.
I
but
don't
you
know.
said
Hi,
her name.
Lisa.
She told me she was going to bring it up at the next meeting and that it wasn't
Beat you
necessarily
to it.
going to be changed. Just
Yeah, but
because of your
they're,
son-in-law.
they're going out to print again at some point.
Lisa, talk to us.
Hi, actually, I was going to talk to you guys about the Outstanding Waters program that I heard earlier today. So.
Just talk to me about
But yeah, Patty and I did discuss it, and I did mention it to Francie and Kelly too. So if the board is concerned about that, the fist on there, we can definitely on the next go of printing take that off of there.
Some people what I thought they would put a sign up were a little bit uncomfortable with that.
They're in the office upstairs.
There's some upstairs.
I was in Redstone over the weekend, and the signs are up on the boulevard, and they're out on 133 down the Crystal. So that was encouraging to see. That was exciting.
I've been able to take 3 of mine. I still have one that I'm trying to coach somebody to.
Have you seen it?
I can give you a sticker and you can put it.
I
over
was
the
going to just
fist.
get spray paint and make it look like rocks around the top rather than a big, fist in the middle of it. Maybe a peace sign or something.
There you go. Just paint a couple fingers on
Yeah.
it. It'll be good.
I'm afraid somebody might paint one of them off. That would
So
be
Lisa,
worse.
what you're suggesting is that at the next printing, we change it?
If that's the board's direction, it's totally up to you all.
Have you seen it, Greg?
We can definitely do that.
I'll take a picture of it when I get home and send it to you.
There's a whole bunch of them upstairs.
Does anybody have one right here?
No.
Okay.
Do you have a picture of it? You can email us, Lisa?
I can run upstairs and get
Absolutely.
Yep. That would be great.
Do you want a letter to talk about Outstanding Waters?
I thought she said
Over.
she
That's-
was
she
going
was
to
on
talk
there
to us
for
about
that, but
standing
that's over,
waters.
right?
She wants to bring it up.
Do you want to talk more about outstanding waters, Lisa?
Right. I just wanted to clarify the conversation today that Chad brought up that the River Board supported and wrote a letter of support, and we didn't do that. They recommend, they were in favor like you were today, but we have not done anything as far as drafting a letter of support. Lisa Tasker had been working with Chad per Kelly's direction actually earlier this year. And was working to schedule him. We were going to bring him in. So, and she's on vacation, so I don't know what happened there. And, when I saw that it was on the agenda today, I thought I'd pop in and listen. So I just wanted to clarify the River Board's not done that. And in fact, even in our recent bylaw amendments, we did include that, the formulation of the county policy that the BOCC drafted or adopted by ordinance in 2020, where, you know, we would not send any letters of support or anything like that without first going through the attorney's office and
Thank
the
you.
BOCC.
I had
So I just wanted
assumed
to
that.
let you know we haven't done anything of the sort.
But, so when we do our letter, we can bring, I think it'd be great to have all three boards. That would be all signatures on there. Let them know we all support it.
Thanks for clarifying that, Lisa.
Thanks, Lisa.
You bet.
So if you'll send us a picture of the current one, and then who designed it? Did Matt design it?
No, Diane Schweener, who did our logo, who does a lot of our work for us.
Well, do you think she could send us one without the fist so we could see what it might look like if it's taken out?
Absolutely.
Maybe. Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Maybe
put her
more
email when
river.
we're done. Yep.
Do you want me to run upstairs and get you a sign?
Sure.
Okay. Great. Open discussion, more?
I have a few things.
Okay.
I would love for us to find some time to have a discussion about Prop HH and understand the implications for Pickens County.
Is that the property
in our
tax?
different funds, it's the property tax. I'm starting to get outreach. I'm sure you all are going to start getting outreach about, do you have a position as a commissioner on this? Looking for support.
What does it say? Remind us.
There is a lot of confusion. Oh, it's related to lowering the property tax assessments and then billing back, like how that would be paid for out of Tabor refund surplus.
Which means
in years that there's a Tabor refund, and it would make certain governments whole for the reduction in the property tax, but not all governments whole.
And that's taking money that would generally go back to the taxpayers, and now it's going, the taxpayers are getting their property taxes reduced, but they're not gonna get their Tabor refund, because it's gonna go back to paying back the shortfall in the property tax.
Are we getting this right, Levi?
But it's, I mean, it would be legal because it would be an amendment to Tabor. So if this, it would amend Tabor in
Tabor's
certain
supposed,
ways.
yeah, because Tabor's supposed to go back to the taxpayer, not to pay back a
Anytime
short-
anybody mentions
Anyway,
Tabor,
so-
my brain just goes.
Yeah, so there's implications for state budget, which we may want to consider individually as commissioners, and then I think there's implications for our local budgets about what reduction in property tax means and how we would or would not get made whole, which of our funds would be affected, which of our funds might get reimbursed.
I heard someone explaining it to someone, saying, oh, it's a great way to fund our schools. We gotta pass HH, and I'm like, they talked about a different HH?
There's a very interesting article in the Colorado Sun that explains that whole angle, that by allowing the state to retain some of the money of the Tabor surplus, they could use it to reduce the school deficit that has accrued over decades.
And I don't think you
Colorado
can use,
Sun.
but you can't use Tabor for
I
that.
do also know Anne has done an initial assessment, so I can ask her to distribute that in advance as well.
That would be great.
Thank you for
And we
bringing
should
that
do it, I mean, honestly, in the next month, if we want to decide to make a public
Let's do it
position
on
as
the
a
19th.
board or not. Before
the 13th.
the election, because we do have an election this year.
That's right, we should do it sooner than later.
Yeah. And okay. And then I just had one thing I wanted to throw out. I am personally interested in visiting the Teton Airport, the Jackson Hole Airport. I'm happy to do that on my own time, but I just would like to see what does their FBO look like? What does that look like under, the model that they use? How is their airport designed in a way that respects the limitations they have for being located in a national park?
That's a
Because
deal.
those are all sort of things that I feel like we might be interested in.
I'm sure Jim Mildred would love to see us all come tromping through his airport.
I don't know him, so
Yeah.
I did mention it to John. He thought that this was something we could sort of do over Zoom, or I don't personally. I really kind of want to see on the ground. I'm curious as to what a similarly situated resort airport that is newly redeveloped looks like. But that's so I didn't know if there was other interest in making this a board meeting or not. or you can consider it and we can revisit it.
What'd you say, Amy?
Rich has.
Kelly, I was just going to mention we are setting up a Zoom meeting with the director of that airport to get a little bit more information from him. We could certainly reach out and see about setting up some type of a visit at some point. But I don't think we got the date set, but I could certainly let you know when that is.
Yeah, and I'm happy to be more
Yeah,
like
I'd be interested in that for
concrete
sure.
and and thoughtful about exactly the questions that we would want to have answered. And
Is it still, it's still Jim Elwood, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So yes, I'm interested.
Jim Elwood used to be our airport director, Francie.
What?
Jim Elwood was our airport director
Just before Dan?
before John Kinney.
Oh, okay. I have also been hearing about the property tax, but from a local point of view. In fact, Gary was asking, are we going to have it was Graham, are we going to have a discussion about our mill levy for open space and trails? And I said, well, I think John has talked to staff for open space and trails, but Graham didn't know anything about it. And he would like to have a discussion about it and see what kinds of suggestions might be made for altering the open space and trails mill levy. And to me, it sounded like he's thinking this should be a board decision if we're going to do something, but we haven't heard anything about it. So
I think they'll discuss it as part of their budget discussion.
yeah, maybe. But anyway, and then
Board determines their
and I'm not
budget.
sure where all the special districts stand since you guys reach out to them all either. So I would like to get a report back on where the districts are on our mill levies.
Okay.
On
Certainly
their
the
mill
biggest
levies.
ones, because some of the little tiny ones are not going to make a huge difference.
Some of them have
But it's
already
the big
decreased.
ones,
Open
some
space
have
and
already
trails
changed.
will make a huge difference.
They'll make a huge difference, right? So I think
CMC already decreased.
The
I
big
don't know
ones.
about the hospital or the school district.
Yeah, the
I don't think
schools.
the school district is
I don't think
going
the school
to.
district is gonna do, and
You think they're going to rake it in?
I think they're gonna take all the money they can get.
Well, I don't blame them really.
Yeah.
So anyway, that.
I think I'm really proud of
Um,
CMC for making that decision so early on.
I know, it's awesome that they did. Okay, that's all I had. Okay?
Francie, I don't know how you pulled it off. We're only 6 minutes over.
How did that happen?
Because you didn't give us any breaks. We didn't get to like lollygag around.
Just the kind
kept
of
us
teacher I was
focused.
too, just so you know.
Put my knuckles out and hit me
We
with the
are
ruler.
adjourned. Thank you, Andorra. Thank you, Abby.
Thanks,
Levi,
guys.
thank you for visiting us
Thank
today.
you.
Have you met these ladies?
I think I've met everybody.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, Levi and I had 3 meetings together.
Thank you.